there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.theceobench.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion.
Yeah.
Passion has brought me to where I am.
Yeah.
I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion.
Yeah.
Which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids.
Yeah.
So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture.
Wow.
Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor. Yeah. Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business.
Yeah.
In terms of utilizing our time better,
Yeah.
having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business. They're more stable to work with. They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals.
Wow.
All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
Okola erinnya kulinga nfudu ate okulyonoona munya musubi si kya kabi tusabe omutonzi atusomose awabi naffe tweyambe munno mu kabi avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba awulwatuuka oluganda ng'otulabira long ego echanna mukaka wali Orlando Road go bayitanga seeka yali mukwata mpola nnyo nga mu kubanjeza enjuta kukaka yes nali mpankisa uwe waka ng'omwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseeka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nemnanca twacacyanca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenkya lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasibwa kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe yamamba kumaganya ekyalo abantu bakusongamu olugalo yegwe kyalo ku kyalo akumaganya ekikaatu munoonye nalo yamamba akumaganya ekyalo abantu bakusongamu olugalo yegwe kyalo ku kyalo akumaganya ekikaatu munoonye nalo bandi mukukuuta era nga gyendaga natera okutuuka nempulira awogana nenkyuka okulaba anyirira agudde mu kinnya ng'akibuuka teyakisuka mu bimpimpi takibuuka nze nasookayo okumuyamba n'akibuuka masina fulumya kigambo nansooka kumanyi yegwe Sylvester mwayimba akaseera akayimba kanyuvu bambi onyirira olabika kavu kambuuze ofaayo bwe tomanye nnyo ebikukwatako nfaayo nnyo kituufu ddala bampa akaseera naye tebyagenda bulungi olw'embeera mbamanyi abayimbi muli benzi nesomwa nafuna eddenzi erimponya abateezi avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba okola erinnya kulinga nfudu ate okulyonoona munye musubi si kyakabi tusabe omutonzi atusomose awabi naffe tweyambe munno mu kabi abamu ensonga bagikutteka na bwala okolebwako tebakulinda kwala tereranga ebyo bye byange avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Killer, and my guest this week on the program is a Ugandan musician. He's a rapper, an educator, a freelance styler, and of course, events manager, events organizer for hip hop, and a man who has been enriching lives of people who are upcoming artists in the music industry in Uganda, particularly on the hip hop genre of music. And of course, he is a man of his own weight. Sylvester Kabombo, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
How are you doing, my brother?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for the invite.
It's been forever.
Yeah, it is, you know, but finally we're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to start from a lighter note of, you know, people know, COVID-19 has been there, and somehow people have forgotten about who we are. Yeah. Some people don't know who we are. They just see you on the street, don't know. But from a nutshell, who is Sylvester Kabombo? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
Sylvester is a Ugandan, rap artist from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams.
Yeah.
You know, we've been around for a long time, from the early, from the earlier steps of the hip hop culture when this whole thing was just beginning, like from the 90s, to the 2000s, doing different things behind the scenes and on the scene. I do a lot. Yeah.
And from the ancestry point of view, if somebody is looking for you, are you a Ugandan? Which part of this country do you come from? You know, the country now has too many people.
I know. I come from the central.
Okay.
Well, I come from the central, but as far as I know.
Yes.
As we understand, there are so many intermarriages now.
Yes.
You say you're from the central, then some people are like, no, but you don't look like from the central.
Yes.
You look like you're from the East Manu West and stuff like that. So, but as far as I know, I'm from the central.
Yeah.
Some people push me different.
Yes. So central being the Buganda.
Yes.
Yes.
Buganda.
Okay. And when you talk about Buganda, which part of Buganda?
Some people say I'm American. Things like those.
Well, you look one from the beard. You look one from the beard. Yes.
Yeah.
But welcome to the program. So, welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. This program is conceptually very grounded program that looks at hip hop music, look at creative industry, look at creative people, creative hearts, and we want to be able to have a platform where we can hold ourselves accountable for the things we're doing, where we can talk about the things we're doing, where we can create and co-create and be able to share our work out there so that people can be able to buy into it or be part of it. And I believe that creative thinking is a process where everybody is creative, but only the bold people are able to take a step to bring something out. And so we want to welcome you to this program today to basically discuss your work.
Thank you.
And I want to start from a very light note, Sylvester. Let's take us through the journey of you getting into the music industry, the background of Sylvester and Abrams, or maybe Abrams and Sylvester, and then to Sylvester now.
Yeah, well, that was in the the early 90s. 1992, that's when we really started to, writing, and performing in school, putting down something, So it started there with, of course, various influences, local and international. Then we performed in schools. We were always very happy to perform, and whenever they would call out anyone who has a song, always Sylvester and Abrams came out first in school to present something. So during our school time in primary, we were known because we're always free to express. We're always free to express what we have with the people. So the audience has been like a part of us. Since the beginning. Of course, there was challenges were so many. Then, if you remember, there was only one TV station then. So you find that if you need anything other than what they're playing, you have to look for it. You have to find a way of getting it. So our cousin brothers were collectors. One was already a celebrity, Simon Bess Kalema. We grew up there. So there was a constant overflow of music. From from US, from Jamaica, from, and so many other countries.
Yeah.
So he was an influence himself, being an artist living with him. And then, the music that is coming in. So that's what I picked up. Right now, there's so many influences, You just look left, you see an influence. Right, there's an idol. But then there were very few. Yeah, so it was really, really quite challenging. Then the late 90s, early 2000s, more events started coming up. We almost featured on almost all the events that happened around Kampala during that time. Yeah. And those are school events, public events, and we still have more of those posters. Yeah. So, but what I like about that time is that it made us performers, like the artists who started around that time, well, not just that, even in the 80s and 70s, but the time before social media, let me say, the artists who started before social media, those challenges that we faced during that time made us performers. Because you had to write a song, perfect it, perform it without being on radio, without being on social media. But right now, you can just release a song and just throw it up there. Then concerts were radio, they were TV and radio stations.
Yes.
So you're performing a song that people don't know, but you have to make sure they like it.
Yes.
But right now you go on, you got to
everything
perform when at least people know a few lines of your song because they have watched it on YouTube. They have watched it on Facebook. So at least they know the hook. So then it was really challenging. So there are so many, I cannot really say everything, but there are so many things that have changed for one who is just starting up compared to
what you guys were.
What you guys
went through. I want to just take you a little bit back, Sylvester, just from the point of, the beginning of hip hop. How did you end up in hip hop music as a young boy or young boys? And then, how did you end up even singing? How did you even started from?
I understand. But as I said, one of the first influences was our cousin,
Simon Base Kalema.
Yes, Simon Base Kalema. And then the music videos. They used to bring music videos, of artists. Like then, music videos were like movies, and people used to hire a tape of music videos, just plain music videos, nothing else, which is uncommon now. But then it was the in thing. I come to you and let me say you visit the video library and you just.
I remember it used to eat my 100 shillings back in the days.
Yes, because they own one TV stations and they were not playing so much of that. So I think the expression, I don't know how, but I felt like the way people were expressing, the way they were using their hands to show action, to tell a story, the gestures, the lifestyle, the dress code, the flow of words, with rhythm. I think it was natural. I was like, okay, this is a thing for me. Maybe I should give it a try. So that's what I thought. I can't say it was magic, but at that time, I felt like it's the best expression. It's how I can express myself fully. The lifestyle, the dress code, all those things. The slangs, the proverbs. Like, it was just an automatic thing, and I was like, okay, maybe I should give it a try and see how it goes.
I just want to take you a little bit back to, a lot of people see you on the streets and don't know whether you have gone through some hard times, and some young person
don't have to look your
exactly
like
your past, and some young man is seeing you right now and saying, man, I want to be like Sylvester. Undoubtedly, you are one of the best writers we have and the storytellers we have. When somebody listens to your music, it's very inspirational, it's very encouraging. It leads to the transformation of the life of a person. When I wrote about you, that you're coming to the show, a lot of people reached out to me from all over the place. There are rappers in the US, the Ugandans are like, yeah, man, that guy is our guy. And then, 2 or 3 people said, I've been looking for that guy. I've been wanting to meet that guy, including including people from our team members here. I guess it's because of the way, the flow of the music, the message in the music. I want to take you to a moment, Sylvester. Somebody out there is watching you right now and don't know how to get into writing. But also a parent out there never thought that hip-hop is a place to go. Music was an abomination for many parents. How did you deal with that with your parents, and how did you deal with that with your, how did you end up not being a doctor?
I was a rebel.
Tell us about being a rebel leader.
I really, like parents of this era, I mean, it's easier for the parents of this era to support their kids who want to pursue music. Because we have door-to-door role models. I mean, as I've said, you look left, there's an OB who is making it big. You look right, there's an OG who is making it big. There are so many door-to-door role models. Then, if you ask like most of the artists like in the 90s who were starting up, you find that their whole list is filled up with American artists. Or Jamaican artists, or whatever. But right now things have changed, that someone can mention his inspirations, his idols, and he doesn't mention anyone from US or from UK. So things have changed now, that the parents can see, they also see the person you're talking about, they've read about him, they've seen him grow, and all those things. Then it was a challenge. You had to be a rebel. Go against whatever they say. If for example, like the punishment that's parents used to give. If you come beyond this time, there's no food. Things like that. So like, okay, at least let me miss food. Let me grab the mic and I miss food. So you have to find a way of balance the equation. Either I miss food or I miss the mic. And these events used to happen once in a while. So you're like, okay, I can have food the next day. I'll have food at night. Or sometimes you lie that you have a Saturday school session, and actually you don't. So you had to find a way of getting out of the home.
So that's what you term as a rebel.
Because you're going against the rules. The rules. And secondly, you felt that this is the thing for me, but there was no way to there was no way to make them believe that that is the thing for you. That is a wise direction to take. That is
they wanted you to be a doctor. They wanted you to be an engineer.
But so the challenge was making them believe that you're taking a right decision. And of course, many thought that you cannot pursue art or music and still be concentrative in books. So that was really another challenge, because they felt that you're going away every Saturday to perform whatever and of course you like losing focus. That was their worry. Yes, you can say, I can read books and and then do music at the same time. That argument was there, but their worry was you losing focus. So I'm telling you, all the events where we performed, that all the events we went against the rules. You either come back late and say I've been to this friend of mine when actually you've been somewhere else.
And you are caned as well.
So but those are the consequences. So I'm saying that now it's very much easier. A parent drops a kid to a concert. A parent drops his kid to a concert and picks him after,
which was an abomination back then,
and picks him after. So things are changing. So the parents of this era now are much they're more relaxed when it comes to dealing with issues concerning their kids who want to join art. Because they have seen it, they have read about it. They have seen it paying off, they have read about it. They know these people. So that's why I'm saying that my start wasn't really easy. I didn't have the support. I can't lie about that. There was no support. And it took time for them to know that we were doing music. Until someone brought a videotape, a video recording of one of the nights at DV8. Someone brought it home.
Yes.
Now, that's the fact that there were no social media,
yes.
it was easy for you to keep something away from
parents.
Yes,
and
yes,
from
yes.
people for some time.
Yes. Now, I'm telling you, now it's like this. From 92 to around early 2000, something like that,
Yeah.
we were doing music during that time, and they didn't know.
Yeah.
They didn't know. Because we knew that if we want to do this without interference, we have to keep it to ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. But right now you can't keep something to yourself with
Yeah.
social media. You can't.
Yeah.
So when someone took, he's called Twist, you know Twist?
Yes, yes.
Twist used to come and film.
Kanyike.
Yes,
Yes,
Kanyike.
yes,
Used to come and film
yes.
sessions at DV8.
Yes.
So we performed in one of those sessions, and they took the video there. Oh my God. They were like, they saw an experience,
yes.
and they're like, how did they get here? How did they get to this
Yet
level?
they are always home at this time.
Yes, yes. You're always home. You're performing well in school.
Yes, yes.
You're doing house chores.
Yes.
They're like, they were so surprised.
Yes.
You know. So it was a good thing. But of course, you know, the start to get to that level wasn't really good.
Wow.
So you had to accept that I cannot be supported by my family. They don't understand what I'm there's something that I like passionately, but they don't understand
Yes.
it. And you have to accept it.
Yeah.
But right now, parents, you know, they've seen it. They've seen it. Barabieko, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, Barabieko.
Wow, what did you try there, Sylvester? We're going to go for a break, and of course, we want to welcome everybody out there who is watching this program from you know, an Abrams back in the days called Lemera Ko, and I think we got the inspiration from that song. Lemera Ko coming up, and we'll be right back after this.
Sylvester ne Abrams. This goes out to our fallen soldier Pitek, aka Paul Mwanda, and to all those people in the everyday struggle. Mulemereko.
Yokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abatagaliza basuse, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Yokolanga byesibye nnyo, lemerako. N'abatesi beetawula nnyo, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Mu buli kintu wabeera wakufiriza, abamusanyu kyokola abo bakiyimiriza, era atambula akwogerako nti takukkiriza, oyo mugereko mpola yagala kuzikiriza, wezimba buli kyogulirewo kimunyiza, kasita otegedde bambi tomala budde, anyiga ng'okulaakulana mwesaleko, gwe tolekera okulana maanyi era omuyiteko, kola bibyo teekayo omwoyo, balinyima ebyafaayo, ovudde wala nnyo kati olinnye amadaala, era ofuna ssente ezikuyisa mu lunaku, olya onyirira tokaaba nnaku, sikugwe wekka aboogeddwako bangi, kati tolekerera ssaala kubanga kyekijinji, boogere nga bamala budde oliba ofunye siringi. Byokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abataagaliza basusse, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Byokolanga byesibye nnyo, lemerako. N'abatesi beetawula nnyo, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako.
Yo, nkoye abataagaliza bannaabwe, essanyu lyabwe kulemesa nze naabwe kaliraba. Goyita mukwano goba musaba kapira bakuba endobotero ove mu kisaabwe ensi bwetyo, era sagala bokana yenna oba osibuusabuusa genda obuzeko mulala yenna. Tulina okwegendereza abatuwabula kuba abamukubbo bafa kimu kutulemesa, naye era bwe basembera gwe lwanyisa embeera ojja kumalako nga Nelson Mandela. Abantu bangi bagala okujja ku byokola bakwogerera ebigambo naye bwe tobifaako gwe lemerako. Ekiganye ndamugezeeko ojja kuba muwanguzi abalemesa baveeko. Natandika mpola mpola katiraba jendi kugumikiriza na maanyi sibinywera mindi.
Byokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abataagaliza basusse, lemerako. Gumikiriza,
lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako byokolanga byesibye nnyo lemerako nga n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako
ensi eno opangirira ofuna obusente bwo osobole okwezimba olyeko obulungi so ku mabbali nga waliwo abakulaba obubi b'osuubira nti bali kusanyukidde olw'enkulaakulana yo naye nze nkuzaamu essuubi kimanya ebintu si byangu naye olina ensonga lwaki wasalawo okola ekyo ky'okola n'olwekyo si kirungi obiveeko nedda saagala obiveeko omweyogereze takusuuza akayanziko gwe fuba nnyo okulaba ng'obeesalako bwe batyo bakutogera abalina kye beekoleddewo
yo togwamu ssuubi sseruganda ne bw'olabanga kiri bubi sigwasingayo okuba obubi okubonaabonako kimanye si y'enkomerero kola n'amaanyi ebyokaaba obikomerero
basasida abakaaba mu kifo ky'okulemerako omuddawo ne mwekubaagiza nga twalaba buuza ssenkaaba amazima tewali kyekola kyokka bintu byakutoba mu nsi eno ejjudde ab'ennugu
naye katonda bw'akuwa omukisa mwena njagala mukimanye teryasobola guzibikira ne bw'akolima bagamba ekikolimo ky'enkoko tekitakamunye bajja kulaba ng'owangudde nabo beewunye byokola nga biganye lemerako abataagaliza basusse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako byokola nga byesibye nnyo lemerako nga n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako byokola nga biganye lemerako abataagaliza basusse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako byokola nga byesibye nnyo lemerako nga n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako yo in whatever you do in life you should never give up one day you'll succeed because nothing comes easy in life Sylvester and Abrams we are never gonna stop
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that. Okay. So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it. Yeah. If it might guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come. Correct. I can't stay there. Absolutely. And this happened. Absolutely. Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations. your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different. I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things,
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how we guys came through. Yeah.
Be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better. I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail.
What is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay, so Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company, and our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation, really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Yeah.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So, of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay.
In whatever you do in life, you should never give up. One day you'll succeed, cause nothing comes easy in life. Sylvester and Abrams, we are never gonna stop.
Welcome back to the program. Lemera Ko right there, a song coming out from Sylvester and Abrams back in the days. The song that I love the most, one of the best songs, you know, for me, from you guys. It has a lot of message in there. Lemera Ko Chokola. Whatever you do in life, stay focused to it. You know, stay. Don't lose your hope. Don't lose your grip on it. I love the song, and that brings me back to conversation we're having, Sylvester. And of course, we want to invite everybody out there, to welcome to the program, and of course share this link far and wide. Sylvester is here in the studio with me in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, springing out to the rest of the world, and we're talking about running, hip hop music as a business, all right? Running hip hop music as a sustainable business in Uganda and beyond. Is it possible? We've got Sylvester here, Kabombo, who is a Ugandan musician, hip hop artist, a social entrepreneur, educator, freelance project manager, and an event organizer. Of course, right here on the Creative Industry Talk, we are discussing something very fundamentally important to the growth and development of music industry in Uganda. Subscribe and share it far and wide on our YouTube channel right there. Sylvester. Yeah. A lot of people don't know, that everything we do in life, we've got to be, consistent about what we're doing. Yeah. Take us through this song a little bit. What was the inspiration behind this song? Was it because of the background that you've told us? I mean, how did it come about?
Yes.
Lemera Ko.
A bit of that, personal experiences and experiences around us. Inspired that song, I mean, day-to-day issues that that we go through, not just artists but anyone who is out there having a constant battle to make it big in life, to achieve something in life. So it's a song that inspires everyone. That's why you find that even people who are not into music, they feel inspired by the song. So day-to-day issues that we go through. Of course, we had challenges then as artists, but at the same time, the song was directed to everyone out there.
Okay. Sylvester, we're talking about running hip-hop music as a sustainable business. Is it possible to run hip-hop music as a sustainable business? Does it pay the bill? Can a person survive on it as an artist, as a creative mind? Is it possible?
Yes, it is possible, but it takes, several steps and players to make it happen. If you look at where hip-hop music began and where it is now, there is a huge difference. First then, it was hard to even talk about hip-hop business because there were very few players, very few people who had access to record studios, to professional music videos. So you find that there was that time for the sector to grow, to have people that you can count on for a very good show. Very few then had their own songs. Some were biting lyrics. Some were not having original music. So before even you get into that, you can't even talk about business then. But that era was very, very important because that's why we're talking about business now. Because that era of some of the artists that you've never heard of, but actually were very, were they laid a brick, they put a brick, they inspired people. Some didn't have access to studios, but they did performances, and in one way or the other influenced others to begin. So right now, like a lot has changed now. There's a crowd. When we started, there was nothing like a hip hop audience, like a hip hop crowd. Like how artists say now, no, I'm doing this for hip hop only.
Yes.
If you don't like hip hop, don't listen.
Yes.
It wasn't there then, because that audience wasn't there. We're fighting for the same audience.
Yes.
That's why you see that all those concerts I've been talking about.
Yeah.
The lineup had almost everyone.
Yeah.
Dancehall, mosh, Mad Tiger, whatever. You understand? Two man.
Yes.
We're all fighting for the same mic.
Yes.
So there was nothing like, oh, I have a hip hop crowd.
Yes.
Oh, I have a dancehall crowd. It was just one audience. So you had to basakata muziki and win them over.
Yeah.
So right now, someone can comfortably say, oh, I'm doing this for the hip hop crowd, for the hip hop fraternity. That word wasn't even there. How are you going to use it?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying that those time we're creating the audience.
Yeah.
We're fighting for the audience. The competitions were in the same competitions with people doing other genres of music.
Yeah.
Same competitions. To a time now where someone can comfortably say, I'm doing this for hip hop.
Yeah.
Have a hip hop group where you have a database of hip hop fans. So, but that's because of the sweat and the time that the people came before put in.
Yeah.
So, so we're at level where you can say at least I can earn something from hip hop music or from hip hop as a culture. So we're at that step now. But now, finding ways you can do it is very, very important, because a business is a commercial activity.
Yes.
Means that if something is not commercial, it's not what?
Yes.
It's not a business.
Yes, yeah.
So how are you going to make it a business? That's where you have to look through, either get people to, well, understand that most of the time start as solo artists. You find that as a solo artist, you have to do everything, everything for yourself.
Yeah.
That era of, I remember way back, some people used to say like, I'm looking for like that, like the statement, I'm looking for a manager used to be very common then.
Yes.
Because people used not to accept that there are no managers until you do something.
Yes.
For
yourself.
Yes, until you do something for yourself. So it used to be a common statement for artists. I'm looking for a manager. Oh, I'm looking for a manager. I have music. I'm looking for a manager.
Yeah.
But the industry, our sector is different.
Yeah.
You have to do something. If you sit on yourself and say you're looking for a manager, then you never get them.
Yes.
Because most of the managers we have in Uganda, by the way,
Yes.
come after an artist has blown up.
Yes.
He has done something. And
Yeah.
then he's down hiring the manager.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a manager who's going to hire you and then invest in you, that's going to take time. So as a solo artist, you find that you have to do almost everything, and then along the way people come and support, So looking at your craft, how you can make a business out of it, either directly or indirectly, it means you need to, yes, you have to think, but you need a team. They might not be your permanent team members, but share a word with someone like, okay, how can we make this a business?
Talking of that, by the way, Sylvester, I would interject a little bit to just say this to you. A lot of us out there, the young people, don't know that the steps that you're talking about are very key. And the things that we're talking about here are not things that you find on the street very easily. I want you to share something that is very fundamental. Having gone through all of these things, when was the first time you first held your first cash hanging out of the music, you and Abraham's, and how did it work for you guys? How were you feeling when you first handed it and you say, yeah, this is coming out of music? Did you buy something for your parents? How did you?
First, before I get into that, I'm happy that we are discussing this.
Yes.
Because then there were no talk shows like this.
Yeah.
Most of the artists of that era, not just musicians, but even DJs.
Yes.
You had to learn by seeing someone do it.
Yes.
Because people didn't know how to teach.
Yes.
I mean, you can't teach what you don't know.
No, yeah.
So you find that for the DJs, you had to first lift wires and cables, and you see how it's done. But now you're pressing buttons, you don't know even what they call them. But because you know, if I do this, it makes that. But if they bring you someone to teach them, you cannot, because teaching is a skill.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing for music, that we have a generation that can teach music.
Yeah.
But
share their experience, which they didn't. Were not given
then there were very few. Even just hearing of a work. Yes, we had professional musicians like Afrigos and the like, but workshops were. I think I had never had a workshop from in that era, like someone holding a workshop for musicians to teach them how to write, teach them how to conduct themselves,
to brand,
teach them about leadership, personal development, interpersonal skills and stuff like that.
Yes, yes.
That was unheard of, you know. So but right now there are, platforms that someone puts a platform just for that.
Yeah.
So it's a very good thing that we are discussing this, because it was unheard of then. Yeah. So it shows how the sector has grown. Right. First time, what was the first time? First time I grabbed. Well, there were a few, maybe the bigger amount, but of course the few small payments, from small performances.
Yes.
But the first time I had something that was really good was in 2001.
Yeah.
Me, Sylvester Abrams, and our colleague Fredo, we featured in a play called King Oedipus by the literature play by the Sophocles. It was on the school syllabus.
Yes.
Yeah. So the director of Alliance Française then was a friend to the director of Sharing Center.
Yes.
And you know what used to happen at Sharing Center.
Yes.
So one time during the competitions for youth in the new millennium, we're getting to the new millennium.
Yes.
So there was a singing competition, and the theme was Youth in the New Millennium.
Yes.
Actually, we won, Sylvester and Abrams.
Yes.
We are one of the winners during that competition.
Yeah.
So the director of Alliance was one of the judges.
Yes.
He liked our performance so much. It was very energetic, the composition. Then at that time they were doing that play. Yeah. The play had very top names, like Phil Bruce Water, Bob Kisiki, Herbert Chinove.
These are the guys you used to look at from far and you admire and say, I wish I could even just talk to these guys.
Sabo, and so many.
And I know there was some sex more in there. Yes.
So many others. So we had no. That was 2000s.
Yes.
I think very few people had mobile phones then. They were still expensive.
2000,
2001, they were expensive. So we didn't have a phone. Yeah. And now the director they discussed with the director of Alliance Sharing, Geo's on board, and they would like to have us feature in the play that was still in its development stages.
Yes.
To feature with rap music, like in intervals.
Wow.
That was something new. I was like, well, we're very happy, but it took, looking for us was a problem. Remember, some didn't have a phone.
Yes.
We didn't have phone numbers.
Yes.
We didn't have phone. We didn't have phones. And so we didn't have phones.
Yes.
And if I remember well, some also didn't have one.
Yes.
So he had to find a way of looking for us.
Yes.
It was a challenge. So he sent someone to Kampala SS, where we were, to look for us and give us, the news. Now, the most interesting part is that, yes, technology like mobile phones were not a common thing then, but there is a way we go to each other that is so interesting. These days, when someone's phone goes off,
they are off.
They're off completely. You find a challenge looking for them. Yeah. But then we knew how to go about some things that he doesn't have a phone. Yes. So where does he hang out? These days we don't even know where some people hang out. Yeah. But then you had to know where someone hangs out on a Saturday. Where is he? On a Friday. And we used to connect with people. Yeah. So some got us, we had the meeting. It was a very wonderful experience.
Yes.
And it was a sold-out concert. It was 3 days. Schools came and they were left outside because the tickets were sold out. They asked for more, like that we stage it again the next weekend.
Yes.
But that the director was like, I think it's just enough for those who have missed.
Yes.
Hopefully next time. But of course there was no next time. Yeah. But it was a very, very nice performance, sold out. Kids were screaming whenever they didn't even bother listening to what we were saying. Whenever we got on stage in the intervals, so we were rapping about what is about to happen in question form.
Yes.
So we're not giving the answers.
Yes.
So the moment they opened the curtains, Sylvester and Abraham started screaming. They didn't even bother listen to the message.
Yes.
It was a very nice, because we're already big.
Yes.
on the local scene.
Yes.
We were not on radio and TV,
yes.
but we were big in schools,
yes.
in schools and public places.
Yes.
So just that name, Sylvester Abrams, whenever curtains opened, it went crazy. We signed autographs,
Yes.
I think that was my first time signing an autograph.
Yes.
Yeah, if I remember well.
Wow.
So the
Wow.
payment was really, really nice. The
I want to tell us how much was the first handing there, because we're talking about, is it possible now? Yes.
Yeah, it was, I think it was, if I remember well,
Yeah.
I think it was 400.
Yeah. Wow.
But there was a per diem for rehearsals to
Yes.
keep you going throughout the rehearsals.
Yes.
And that per diem, of course, didn't include food. It was just something for you to transport you.
Yes, yes.
And of course, we got into the network of of the Philip Swatters and
the big names now.
The big names, the playwrights, and all that stuff. So we got into that network now.
Yeah.
That was our first time to know, I think, if I don't remember well, Chinobe Herbert.
Yes, Herbert Chinobe.
I think it was
yes.
our first time.
Yes.
Herbert.
Very talented man.
Yes. So Philip Swatter, we were seeing him on TV. So we broke into that network now of people, like the theater audience.
Yes.
We broke into the theater network.
Yeah.
So it was a very nice experience. I think it was 400,000 then, if I remember well.
Yes. Which is still a lot of money.
Yeah.
I wonder, what did you do with the money, by the way?
Of course, I wasn't paying rent, so.
Did you go back home, give Muse something?
I wasn't paying rent, so of course I didn't spend it in clubs. I didn't spend it in clubs.
I'm sure you went
but
back
nice shoes. At least I've always spent on myself wisely. I've always spent on myself wisely. So just nice shoes, look good, T-shirts, and I don't remember what I did with the rest, But it was, and then after that they took us to a buffet.
Yes.
All the people, the actors, people who were involved in the production at Normal Gallery.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was my first time to go at Normal Gallery and not spend my money.
Yes.
And you
were eating at the high table also. Wow. So it is possible.
So it was a special treat that should motivate you.
Yeah.
It wasn't even about the money we got.
Yes.
But the network we broke into.
Yeah.
The audience. That's because you can spend the money today and it's gone.
Yes.
Yes, but how have you benefited from the people you've met along the way? That's very important. Your network is your net worth.
Yes.
So you can have the money, it can go in a minute.
Yeah.
But how are you able to make that money again? How are you able to reach out to those people?
Yeah.
So that was very
Sylvester,
important.
just before we go for a break, I want to take you straight to this last question now. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, of course, we're going to discuss a little bit more on the workshops now. Yeah. So it is possible. I want us to put that question up there so that people can actually follow. We're talking about, running a hip hop music as a business and sustainable business in Uganda and beyond. Can you run it in Uganda here? Is it possible in Uganda here? And can we do it beyond Uganda? Is it possible in your way, in your mind, in your thinking, and in your experience? Is it possible?
Yes. It is possible. But as I've said, it's a gradual process. It's a gradual process. Right now, I'm not as hungry for music or for success as I was then.
Yes.
That's why I keep telling the artists that I meet in these workshops that there are things that I cannot achieve, but you will achieve.
Yes.
So don't make me be the epitome of
your thinking.
Of success. Yeah. No, yes, we achieved, we played our part in the sector for so many years. Yeah. But we're not the epitome of knowledge and success and everything. Yeah. You can go beyond us. You can achieve more. Yeah. You have to be hungry. So we achieve those things through challenges, through so many challenges. Yeah. But all those events that I'm talking about were paid events. Yeah. You know, we went to Zanzibar 2006 yes. At the ZIF Festival. Yeah. I think ZIF Festival, yeah, yes. in Zanzibar. It was a paid experience. Yes. Then we performed. And so many even within Uganda. So much as that, as I said this earlier, that yes, most of us aiming for the mainstream, yes. be playing on radio and TV, that's what everyone would love. Yeah. But you can still make money even when you're not on the mainstream, yeah. if you put yourself together. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yes, it is possible, but it's a gradual process. Yeah. How are you going to push yourself? Yeah. Do you have, because, and I also keep saying this in the workshops, that you need to know your people. Yeah. Either 10 or 100 fans that can buy your CD. Yes. You need to know them. Yeah. How many are they? And at what price? So you don't need, there are people who actually believe in you. They don't have to wait for you, to play on radio and play massively. There are always those people that begin with you. So
who understand your music.
And this is what I keep saying, yes. To the artists that we program at the festival, yes. that can you bring 100 people? Because most of the times when we program them, they rely on the audience, like on the Baimba audience. Yes. Oh, Baimba has an audience. Yes, Baimba has an audience, but what can you add to the to the audience?
Because you have to bring your audience in there, because those are the people who pay you. Those are the people who are paying so that you can earn money.
Yes. Yes. So whenever I've been lined up for a performance, I don't rely on the audience the organizer is going to bring. Yeah. I lie about my audience. Let him bring his, yes. I'll bring my people. Yeah. And that's why when posters come out, yeah. I have to spread them. Yeah. So this is very important, that if you've been lined up yeah. to perform, yeah. can you bring 100 people? Do you have the capacity? Can you bring 100 people?
Does your music speak that well? And
that you can bring 100, just 100 people.
Yes.
Can you bring 100 people?
Wow.
Some people cannot even bring people to come and watch them for free.
Yes.
So that's when you have to check yourself. Can you bring 100 people?
Yeah.
Can you bring 50 people to come and perform at the festival? Yeah. Or at your concert anywhere? It's very important. That's where it begins.
Yes.
Before you talk about business, yes. if you can't bring 100 people,
you have no business talking about
to
business.
Pay at least either 5,000.
Yes.
The lowest 5,000.
Yes.
Then you can't talk about me. It means you need to continue nurturing your craft.
Yes.
So as much as talking about craft, business, yeah. craft has to be nurtured. You need to have a database. Yeah. We have phones here filled with 2,000 people. Yeah. Are they really important to you? And I say this so many times, yes. that you have people you've spent 5 years without hearing from.
Yes.
So you need to organize your data in your phone. Organize your phone. Can these people come? You have 2,000. Your phone is filled up. You're even writing on a piece of paper somewhere.
Yes.
Scrutinize.
In other words, saying that if you have 2,000, they are not able to come. You delete and put those who are likely to come.
Yes. Keep updating. Phones should be like profiles, biographies. Yes. They have to be updated all the time. Yeah. So you have 2,000. The phone is full. Yeah. But when you send them a message, you can't even get 5 to come and watch you.
Yeah.
So that's where, like in simple, in simple steps, that's where business should begin.
Wow.
Simple. Yes. You have 2,000 people in your phone, but can you get 100 of those to pay 5,000 or 10 and come and watch you? Buy your CD, buy your T-shirt, your cap. Is that possible? So we should first start looking into that. We fill these phones with people that don't even care about us. Yeah. Or even we don't let them know what we do. Yeah. That is important. So position yourself where people can see you. Yeah. So I don't want to blame so much the contacts in your phone, but do they know what you do? Have you tried involving them? Do you update them? That is also important. So before you put the blame game, so have you played your role? So as I speak, I may not be the most successful artist, but if I hold an event, I have people who can pay. If I print a t-shirt, a cap, I have people who can pay it a very good amount without bargaining. You know,
I am one of them.
You're one of them, you know. And I don't sell my stuff cheaply, by the way. My t-shirts, my caps are not cheap. So if it's a concert, you know, we've held so many concerts with Abrams since way back. We've been holding our own concerts. I also said this, that don't wait to be cold. You know, start small steps. Get a small venue and hold like a small concert for your people who can pay. You know, it's a small amount
of money
Start
that can
from
sustain
there.
you, that can help you build.
Because we've had shows for 2,000 shillings way back in the late 90s. But all those were steps to achieving what we want. Right now, I can stage a concert of 10,000 and I know people who are going to pay. There are those who are willing to pay and they're not coming. And they're like, Sylvester and Abrams, this is my contribution to you. I'm not able to come. You know, that's why you know you have people. So get a small crowd, a small venue, you know. Can you get 50 people there to pay 5,000? That's the first step. Now, this doesn't need even a manager. You don't need a manager to do this.
You just have to think through.
Go to the venue, you know. Take yourself as the brand. Meet the venue owner. Discuss. Do you have the numbers? You know, he's going to give you the. Well, it's easier for you to get the place for free if he's not contributing anything on production, that is sound, on artists. He can give you the place because he knows he's going to, you know, benefit. So it's easier. So those are the first steps. The people you have in your address book, Facebook, we have 5,000. That's why I don't have a second Facebook account. I keep deleting. I said it. I don't need what I need as a second option is a page, not a second Facebook account. If Facebook tells me I have 5,000 people, create an account. Another option is delete. I take the delete. Why should I open I have 5,000. Why should I open another one? There are people who are down there. Some accounts were closed a long time ago. I go through, I delete. I add more people. I've been doing that for so many years. I see people with 2 accounts, 3 accounts. I'm like, how do you handle 2 accounts? You understand? And you have the same people. There, the same people there. Some are new. If you see that is, you know, things are not changing, you know, then you have to review your network. People you're hanging out with. How are you associating with them? That is also important.
Wow. Sylvester,
so those are the first steps. 50 people or 30 people. Can they pay you 5,000? Can they pay 5,000 to come and watch you perform?
Wow.
Before endorsements and everything, that's the first step.
Wow, thank you so much. This is the Creative Industry Talk. I'm talking to Sylvester Kabombo, who is a Ugandan musician, a hip-hop artist, an educator, an entrepreneur, and of course the man who is talking and sharing the nuggets of truth of the things that he practices every single day. Creative Industry Talk will take a break, and when we come back, we'll dive into the workshops. Basically leading us to what Sylvester is talking about. How do we get there? Many of you out there don't know how to get there, don't know what to do, but you're a creative thinker, you are creative, you're artist, you are a thinker, you are a creative mind, but you don't know what to do. You have a music, you have an art piece, you have something that you are doing that is a product that can go out there. Sylvester and I are going to come back after the break, and we're going to be talking about workshops and what basically happened in the workshops and what is the product of the workshop whenever we hold them. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after this. Now, I want to take you to Sylvester's new song, or the song that we have always heard before, Omulia Mamba. Or, you know, I don't know which one you want to play. You know, the things that he talks about are songs that make sense, that people can buy into. Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break.
kola erinnya kulinga nfudu ate okulyonoona munya musubi sikya kabi tusabe omutonzi atusomose awabi naffe tweyambe munno mu kabi avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba awo lwatuuka abooluganda ng'otulabira long ego echanna mukaka waliwo Land Road go bayitanga seeka yali mukwata mpola nnyo nga mu kubanjeza enjuta ku kaka yes nali mpankisa uwe waka ng'omwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuzeyiseeka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nemnanca twacacyanca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenkya lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisa siba kisa lwe lwasemba Land Road waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe yamamba kumaganya ekyalo abantu bakusongamu olugalo eyekwe kyalo ku kyalo akumaganya ekikaatu munoonye nalo yamamba akumaganya ekyalo abantu bakusongamu olugalo eyekwe kyalo ku kyalo akumaganya ekikaatu munoonye nalo bandi mukukuuta era nga gyendaga natera okutuuka nempulira awogana n'enkyuka okulaba anyirira agudde mu kinnya ng'akibuuka teyakisuka mu bimpimpi takibuuka nze nasookayo okumuyamba n'akibuuka masinafulumya kigambo nansooka kumanyi yegwe Sylvester mwayimba akaseera akayimba kanyuvu bambi onyirira olabika kavu kambuuze ofaayo bwe twemanye nnyo ebikukwatako nfaayo nnyo kituufu ddala bampa akaseera naye tebyagenda bulungi olw'embeera mbamanyi abayimbi muli benzi nesonywa nafuna eddenzi erimponya abateezi avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba erinnya lyo alyonoonye yawamba avumaganya ekika mulya mamba ali wonna mulya mamba weerwaneko mulya mamba.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. As a pay. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Here at Lunkulu Island for yet another edition of the camp. As we always do, we ran a call for application months back, and so many artists applied up country. The boot camp is multilingual, so we welcome different cultures, different languages, for a free expression. As we always do, the first week is more of lectures and songwriting. And second week, the audio studio. Second week, we have very few lectures because we want to give the artists more time, to write, because at the end of the first week, the songs have to be ready. So they need more time. So that's why we have less lectures in the second week and more lectures in the first week.
So today we were looking at music business, and in music business today we are looking at what's the relationship between songwriters and artists who perform.
This talk is live. We're streaming live on Facebook. Go there and share it far and wide. Subscribe and be part of the creative minds growing bigger and better. Of course, in the studio with me today is Sylvester Kabambo. We are talking about running hip-hop music as a sustainable business down here in Uganda and beyond the Ugandan borders. And I think Sylvester has been able to share quite, an enormous story right there about doing this and being successful. And one of the things we picked from there is that you have got to be patient in the process, but also need to follow. Now we're going to the part where we're going to be welcoming Sylvester first of all back to the program. And we're going to go straight to a moment where we discuss some of the nuggets of truth of things that we need to share. You've talked about the workshops. You've been holding workshops for a bit, and then with Bayimba and yourself, we want to know how that goes. But before I go there, I want to just read a few comments from here, otherwise people will kill me. And I want to start from a couple of guys. I see a man here said, Omunako Munako, based in Germany, says, man, that is my guy from way back in DV8. I've always loved the duo. And of course, they are my original guys. Those guys are doing a great stuff. I have another guy here called Frank, all the way in the United Kingdom, says, I stayed up, stealing in between work and this to basically see this show. I have gone to the bathroom to watch Sylvester. Shout out to my brother Sylvester right there. Oh, wow, Sylvester, thank you very much. And Selena Nataro says, big up to my big brother Sylvester. Lemerako has been a big hit. Yeah. And still he is, and still Kulemerako.
Thank you.
Titan Mukisa said, thank you very much. Selena said, keep going. I've got another gentleman all the way in the United States and says, Edio Killer, thank you very much for bringing Sylvester to the program. I live and work in the US. I'm stealing in between. my night duty is here, and I really love what Sylvester is talking about. I wish that Ugandan musicians were as real as Sylvester. I think that the hip-hop music industry has always been the best. But the problem is noise keep leading the way. I don't know what Who's that? Who's that? Yes. He said his name is James all the way. I think James Chintu. Noise keep leading the way, but there's things for
James,
me.
James, you're breaking my ribs, man. James, you're breaking. Let me take some more. You're breaking my ribs.
Yes. And of course, I'll read one more, guys. We don't have enough. I've got over 200 and plus messages here. Another person has said, based in Canada, Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I love this creative industry talk. I don't know why we don't have it, every single day. I think we should have these guys come and discuss every single day. But on a serious note, guys, hip-hop music has a place in our society and is one of the things that completely change our society. There are young people out there in the society that needs to express themselves. Seeing Sylvester speak like this and going back to the days of DV8 when I first saw them and Sharing Youth Center and the product of Sharing Youth Center, it made me feel like I am back home. You know, the stories is talked about growing up and the way they used to express them, though they're still the same. They have never been able to try to become American or to be Canadian. Yeah. And the lesson for many people, Eddie Okila, if you ask Sylvester talk about that, why is it that they have not been able to change to become Americans or to try and become Jamaicans? They are still real boys from Kawempe. Well, guys, Sylvester, thank you very much for coming. I want to say, though, to everyone here that, Creative Industry Talk is a very conceptually grounded and contextually applicable weekly television program. Yes. Our job here is to seek influence that patterns, to basically influence the patterns in the creative industry and the thinking pattern of people. To say, look, how are you thinking? In the cultural space, how are you thinking? How are you doing it? Can you share your story with others? And that's key for us. So we discuss challenges and opportunities that lies in our society that we need to fix without having to punch or point a finger to anyone. Yeah. And of course, I want you to subscribe, being part of this team, Going Big and Better. Sylvester, we need to get back to this thing. We got about 20 minutes to end the show today. Yeah. We're even extending the show for you because people are requesting. Yeah. Let's go to the workshop. We've seen you come and talk about Lunkulu. I've seen that video you're talking about. Yeah. What is this workshop about, and why are you doing workshops now? What do we aim to gain from these workshops?
These workshops have been running for a long time, since 2011. Yeah. From 2011 to from 2016, from 2011 to 2016, we're doing countrywide workshops. That is taking the trainings to the people, as far as the remote areas, as far as Karamoja. So these workshops are very, very important because they give an artist an opportunity to have a first-hand tutor or facilitator, that one-on-one thing. Yeah. As I've said that during our time, we were just watching things on TV. Yeah. Listen to a song, you don't know, how someone gets to it, but you just listen and find a way of learning. Yes. So it was a harder way to learn. I also talked about DJs. Yes. Lift speakers, they don't show you that this, just see, but not, like someone taking you through the steps. Yeah. So, so that's how even, like the industry was, but people were learning by gambling, trying out this, trying out that, but you don't have someone who gives you a guide. Yes. Like guide that.
This is how it is done. This is what you need to do.
Yes, this is how you need to do. Yes, this
the step by
how
step.
The steps to write a song, how to arrange it. Doing research before writing a song. Research about the topic. Make sure you have a broad way of tackling it and things like this. Yes. So those sessions where people give you an opportunity to, to have such experience, was unheard of. So these trainings and in most of the areas we took them to, were the very first there.
Okay.
Like in Karamoja, they had never had like an arts workshop where someone brings a DJ machine, a, PC DJ,
a recording studio.
Software, to use, and recording studio, and they give you a direction how to use it, how to write a song, the basics of dance, like all those things. So then we're doing so many things, not just music, but graffiti, other elements of hip hop, like graffiti and DJing, and breaking. So we went to so many areas, and it was a very good experience, because we're also learning new things from these, from these people, and of course hearing their experiences that you're the first here, we've never had such a workshop, or, it's a very nice thing. And from there, many artists picked up along the way, started their solo careers, and they, I can say they're doing well now, and they have also impacted more lives. So then from along the way, 2013, we started, the hip hop boot camp. And the boot camp was different from these other
workshops.
These regional workshops. They were for someone that we see has outlived the regional workshops. Someone who has outlived, someone who has performed well, someone who is more focused. These other ones were for everyone who wanted to attend. But then we're like, okay, so the boot camp, let the boot camp be for that person who really wants to pursue music, who wants to pursue art, who wants to take it on seriously. So that's why there was a different criteria for someone to get in the in the boot camp. So, and it ran from 2013 to now this year 2021, we're at Lunklo Island. But the purpose of this training was, first of all, for the artists to network, learn from each other, learn fast, get first-hand information from industry players. That's why we have different people who come and teach in different, different things like, music and music and online, digital marketing, songwriting, creative process, live and studio performance preparations, things you have to do before you hit,
hit the stage.
You hit the stage, you hit the studio. People who have experienced, so they come and share. We also have case studies, and these are people from different genres, not just hip hop music. Because
to come and share this
because there is knowledge that is general that you should have it. So, and reason why we bring all those things, because we felt that you need more than just a good song to make it up there. You need more than just
because you can
song.
have a good song, and if you don't have all these elements and facets together, then you are still going to fail. We've seen people who have very good songs and then they come one-hit wonders, disappear, and they don't know what to do.
And of course, through the submissions we receive at Bayimba, we realize that some people, lack, like some people need guidance to write, to write profiles, like a press kit. Like to organize their
what you are giving out to the public.
Because you find that someone tells you that they want to be programmed, when you ask them to send their information, you find that they don't have good photographs. So these sound like minor things. A profile, photographs, contacts. But if you don't, if you're not...
Small biography about who you are,
they sound very simple, but actually they are very, very important. Because when people keep submitting, that's when you see that, okay, this one needs guidance here, this one needs guidance here, this one needs to have professional photographs. You don't have to wait for a phone call to have professional photographs. You need to have them ready.
Every time I ask artists, I said, can you send for me a portrait photograph for this? And they says, then they run to the studio to go and take one.
And
but
you
they
find
should
that,
be there.
And you find it's not good. So organizing your press kit, having a professional, a good artistic profile that is updated, having the knowledge of how to use social media. This looks simple as well, that you have your phone, you have internet, but do you know how
what
to
are
engage?
What are you posting there?
And do you know how to engage people on social media? Do you know how to engage people? So we have different professionals that come and teach these things. They look very simple until you tell someone to apply. And then you start calling them, no, this photo is not good. No, this photo is, just send a portrait. Just do this. So we feel these are very important elements in someone's success. Putting yourself in order. And
in order for you to run music as a business and a sustainable business, you need to put all these things.
All things in order. If you want to apply to a live music festival, don't send music videos. You've heard that? I repeat it. If you're applying for a live music festival, why do you send music videos? They don't want music videos. So all these are preps that we take them through. That if you want to apply anywhere, first do a background check. Of where you're applying. How long have they been there? What do they do? What do they consider? All those things. And put them together and send the application. So all these sound like very, very simple because someone has a phone, they have the music. But organizing and studying the event you're sending to, what do they want?
And of course, you don't need to use your cousin to do this thing. Some of us want to use our cousins or our judges to do this thing, but you need a professional person to do it. We're going to take a moment to just look at the video of the workshops, and I've seen some videos from Sylvester there, to just see what do they really mean by this thing. And if you're an artist there, send us your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Sylvester, please drop it in there. We've got about 5-10 minutes to end the show, and we would want you to basically talk to us or to hear from you. Let's check this video out. We're going to sample a couple of videos from the workshops just to tell you how to show you what this really is and how it is important for you to be part of it.
mama na yenda foke dokita kusoma mazire emirimo eyangire kopomayira Uganda yaitwe n'umwana ntaize buli hamu kyonka kunyambale mere baba hekwasama no kubaze bitalimu ngwiwe zara abandi nguswerwa kyonka ntaikale hasi kutunulira omusanani gugwandumbire ha street teira marap abantu bagasimire ngugondi mu bootcamp kambobere ha flow mwane no survival hip hop kanju nabingi tena kuno
kata kuku ama jojo bukoko slaying you with a fumu ukileta compare remember I let the rose mini idi kuku jumping kama kangaroo in the game jina langu ni babu takusambua kwa mazishi watakuimbia tarabu wanadamu takukula kama chapu chacho mini tabu survivor leta kisu taleta saba coast my story be told in a few days we ain't equal we can never be the same I'm the major key fame has a price I won't pay the fee dunondese lugambo balite banjagaliza kati basebenya ngalinye katunti ngaba zoda bomulambo kinamu mukagazale yomunada mama kaba tukabatiza tone tondo kujenyirwe na soka okunaba bamuchekata basomeza nkozesa music okubulira yogede bitufo sigale yala bachamu ewafebe bakulira kandi sobu yimba inspiration of batatu naka jaga studio nebezibe kwanga tibabiwulira ndobati java mu kirembo.
Songwriters and their publishers. What's the relationship between songwriters, their publishers? What's the relationship between artists and the record label?
Guys in the camp were really excited about the session. They were eager to learn because we're learning about the role of PR and branding for a hip-hop artist. It was quite interesting to hear their stories, where they're coming from, and I shared with them what branding is and what they need to brand, to know who they are, to know their values.
We've been looking at this topic, personal development. And the whole idea about personal development is someone to realize as early as possible the kind of person he wants to be, the kind of profession he wants to take, which professional line do you want to pursue, And in that particular professional line, what is your goal? Can you
now? There are so many things to accomplish. Some are way after the boot camp, you know? Yeah, so, and we, first of all, the first thing is the moment they get here, the network is created. They have known each other. Some have known each other on Facebook, you know, on Twitter, on Instagram, and now they are meeting each other for the first time, you know? So it's really a great feeling. So after here, we expect them to keep in touch. That's why we have a Facebook page and a Facebook group for former, you know, boot campers, you know, if I may use that word. You know, meet new people, network, you know, record music, do collaboration.
I was invited for the Hip Hop Bootcamp 2018, and I came as a beat maker, basically. I linked up with a team, 2 teams actually, and we made some beats. And we are at the Hip Hop Bootcamp 2018. We're trying to craft some hip hop beats, and I got my team here with me. Yeah, I got my man Gray Hair right there, and his team. We are coming up with an instrumental from scratch. Yeah, and we already have a concept for it, and I'm quite confident that these gentlemen are going to pull it off. I appreciate what the Hip Hop Bootcamp is.
Wow, Sylvester, let's talk about the multilingual. I mean, this is really a very great piece of work. You've talked about multilingual, and we've seen a girl there singing in Lutoro. That's the first time I've never heard of a rapper in Lutoro, in that language. So yeah,
no, I know. Actually, she was rapping in no, that's
Runyoro.
That's Runyoro.
Runyoro, yes,
That's
yes,
Runyoro,
yes.
Yeah, but it being a multilingual platform, it has also introduced us to, you know, languages, more and more languages, because it's an expression of culture. So people come with, you know, different languages. For example, like the first time I had Kumam. Do you know that there's a language called Kumam?
Kumam, yes.
Kumam,
yes,
but
it's between Teso and Namo, yes.
But it's a tribe of, like they have a small population.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was the first time I was like, wow, what language is this? And she said there were 2 guys, they're Kumam.
Yes.
And they featured on the 2015 album.
Yes.
And it was sounding so nice that you're forced to ask what language it is, you know, and it sounds so nice. Then there are some languages, you know them, but you've never had someone, you know, use them in a song as an expression, you know, like Lugisu, you know, like Kejong, and so many others. Yes, others who've grown up listening to them, but we've never had someone, you know, using them in a rap song. So it has been an eye-opener even for us as organizers, you know, listening to different, you know, expressions in various languages. So we welcome everyone, you know, to express themselves freely. And Faisal Chwewa, the director of Baimba, the first time he had Big Ben, one of the participants in the 2013 boot camp. He had him rap in Lugisu, and he thought it was a language from South Africa, like one of those languages from South Africa. Like it was sounding so nice. It was like, wow, you know, what language is this? Is this from South Africa? You know, so that's how it is. It has been an interesting journey as well. That we're discovering these languages. We know them, but we know it's a different way when someone uses it in a song as an expression. It's a very good feeling.
Wow. I mean, I want to take a moment and just before we close to just you know, play another video right there, and so that we can see what happened in the boot camp. I've seen some videos of a lady rapping right there. Let's get into that video, and of course we're talking to Sylvester. We'll be right back after this, and after this we will definitely talk about your comments if there are any, and of course how you can get through to be part of the workshop that Sylvester is talking about and how important it is for your musical career as an artist.
If you can't handle the pressure, then you must mukuzarwa nkakirotera ngo bandafoka rapa kukura nkuzire mama naye ndafoke doctor kusoma mazire emirimo eyangire koko mayira Uganda yaitwe n'umwana
Ntoize buli hamu kyonka kunyambala emmere babahe kwasama n'okubaza ebitalimu ngwiwe zaara abandi nguswerwa kyonka ntaikale hansi kutunulira omusanani gugwandumbire hasi nteira amarap abantu bagasimire ngugondi mu bootcamp kambobere ha flow mwane no survival hip hop kanjo nabingi tena kuno
Mama banji bato borembera je bayitamu osange yali omweru adugalanga ntamu anti buli lukedde empize zimuyitamu omwami akoma wewaka ngatamidde entalo n'ennyombo ngakwotedde mama towanika sigala ngotoba woli siwa biwetuusaako omunaku tadoba ebizibu okujja byangu ogenda bisooba olugendo lwoliko lulimu okukoowa wadde oyisibwa ng'omuzibe ojja kuwangula mukama teyeerabira babe ekiba kibe olina emikono amaaso toli muzibe mu by'okulembeza mukama goba okulembeza yanguwa jangu gyali anakuwummuza nze Zion.
House boot camp. Yeah. It's the dawn of the ball. Get your pangas, get your tools, we can't wait anymore. The streets hungry cause these niggas couldn't leave it alone. Believe it or not, it's no set for you anymore. Raising up like no the others kinda got me on top. Thinking of top, my Grammy taught me never to stop. I can't paint my own picture when I can't get a crop. I'ma rhyme till it drop, that's the legacy prop. Monza shanda nyama when you're shina. When reba shina. Kana huma your shina, waka sa shina, waka na shina. Mbonde do di braba shede, kama ya kashin zira home. Gobara honinga kumshebebe tumane huse bakana humanya nandu mwene mbide de yena goda de yena mbabo hwiko sasa linda honde hwisa ni kana ngoma kwanzoli do want mbawe since I can no manyo okay I came my soul conquered I never went to sleep I'm getting this kind of feel like a pain whatever this ambition so priceless like a black MC my culture and what town represent the voice for the people baradiandra jodi bakodrodzwa onreti bobya mukose makuniri modzwa bazinze koka laku karile zwanzi piedra kodzwa lekwa paraka twadza zambarwi balyo guruba miritsi klibuletya kani nyoko kunyane boplilia baji myombetia njita kwa risurwa jwa atadedwa gata mida data that means Zata, I'm the one representing the voice for my people. Moruko hip hop, niperia meke chonga viku mizia dungo. Ifu maria koyo maturata. Aso pabo basi maganga kata. Surumbeto viku inga mupere ngwati.
Wow, well, you're listening to, of course, the sound coming from the, the boot camp. Sylvester, we even have a Luma Saba rapper. We have a man rapping from in Kakwa, and then there's one rapping in Lugbar. Yeah. I mean, these are languages, and they sound different. I mean, I almost thought that the boy was rapping in Luma Saba. He's actually rapping he's an American rapper. I was starting to sound like American. And until when you said it, that's when I paid attention to it. Let's talk about this.
But it shows that we know these languages by names.
Yes,
we know them by names. That okay, the Bagisu speak Lugisu. So we know the language by names, but not by sound.
Yes.
So that's why when they are put in these songs as expression,
yes,
they sound like something new. And they are very rich. They are very rich. The fact that someone listens and then he asks, what language this is, it means, he's really interested. So yeah, that's we're over 52 tribes,
yes,
in Uganda. So it means those are over 52 languages spoken, So there's so much. We are rich in culture, we're rich in languages, and you find that when you fuse or you make use of these languages, you speak to the person that is down there, in the village down there, and you reach out to so many people.
Yeah.
So making it bilingual, because we didn't want to like restrict people.
Yeah.
So that's why you find that some songs have English there, you know, some have Swahili. Some are Ugandan, but they grew up in Swahili-speaking communities, and they feel easier to express themselves in Swahili. So we make it easier for everyone to come. So there is no bar that limits a certain language for not being part of it. And I think I want to talk about was the collaborative sessions, collaborative writing, and collaborations. It's one of the you know, the sessions that we've had at the boot camp. And reason why this session came up is that artists always like to collaborate. That, can I have a collabo with you? Let's do a collabo. And what the person thinks about first is writing a song and going to the studio, not the life after. You know, and I told the artist that first you need to organize yourself, and them being there, like at the boot camp, we're always there for 2 weeks. So you're recording music together, you're featuring on the songs together. It means you need to understand collaboration, that you're bringing a percentage and the other person is bringing a percentage. So after the collaboration, and this is the reason why most artists, like the big artists, turn down people who ask for collaborations, is because they think about only contributing the lyrics. Everyone is going to contribute lyrics. What's more than that? Draw your plan. Either finance the video. I mean, make that big artist, persuade him to get on the track with you. Apart from you being good, he's also good. You're all good. So what's beyond that? Share your network. That, hey, I have a network of DJs. I have, you know, a network of radio presenters. I can finance the video. You know. So make him interested being on the track. Because if you're saying you're writing, he's writing, it's just not enough. You know. So, but these are things that artists don't take into.
What value are you adding?
What value are you adding besides your lyrics? Because he's also providing lyrics. So what value are you adding? So artists don't normally think about value addition. And when they are turned down for a collaboration, they get pissed. They're like, you know, asking for a collabo, you know, he didn't accept. But did you look into the things that can persuade him? What value addition beyond the lyrics? Because he's also going to contribute lyrics. But since you want him on the track and he has a bigger name, then it means you have to contribute more than your lyrics. You understand? Pay for studio time. You know, pay for his transportation to there, you know. If you remember how, you know, Peter Miles used to do, the collaboration he had, he made the artists comfortable, you know, to those Jamaican guys, to get on the track with him. They were very comfortable. The convenience and all those things. So those are very important. And as I said earlier, that we have all these things there at the camp to show artists that you don't put so much focus on only the song. You know, look into your network, look into your friends, look into you know your organization, how organized you are. You know how the preparation. You know, even before the song comes out. So all these are important, and they should be put into consideration for you to have a firm ground.
And just as we wind up, Sylvester, I just want to ask you to say, how does one get into the boot camp or to the workshop to get there? If I am an artist or a creative artist, I don't know, how do I get to this? And then what is the process of qualification? How does one get there? I'm watching you from, you know, deep down in Nakapiripirit,
Chana
Mukaka, or wherever, I don't know, or in a village somewhere, you know, Yam, I don't know. How do I get there?
First, the boot camp is annually organized at Lunkuru Island. Before, it was held in various, you know, various regions of Uganda. We used to have it organized in various regions of Uganda until when Baimba acquired the island. We felt that it's a very conducive environment. I think you've been there. It gives you a peace of mind, and when you get there, even you know, like, you limit the distractions because you can't easily come. I mean, you can't easily come and go. You know, there is already a barrier that we're surrounded by water. So meaning that it's not easy for people to take you away. Like, I've seen some workshops that are held in Kampala. Artists normally move out. a phone rings and an artist moves out of the workshop. It happens so many times. So at the camp, there is time to concentrate because you're surrounded by water. So you come there knowing that you're going to be there for 2 weeks. Yeah. So, and of course, before I forget, it's supported by Africalia. I'd like to thank Africalia for supporting it, and locally implemented by Bayimba. So, well, this year has ended, but of course, it has been very, very challenging. The initial date for this year was in Feb. We're not able to hold it. But next year, in case we are to have it next year, please, the call will be put out. And of course, the criteria that you need to, follow to be selected. You can visit our Facebook page, Youth and Hip Hop Uganda. Like it, follow it in case there's an update. Surely you'll be the first to know. Instagram, Youth and Hip Hop Uganda, at Youth and Hip Hop Uganda. No, it's at Youth Hip Hop Uganda. That's Instagram. There's no and, one word. At Youth Hip Hop Uganda. Then YouTube, youtube.com/Youth Hip Hop Uganda.
To this moment of the show and to everyone. We're going to have to toss. We want to say thank you very much for being part of the show, growing big and better. Yes. And to all of you guys who send us kisses and disses, thank you very much. We've seen some of them here. We'll not be able to read them, but next week we'll definitely read some of the comments. And we want to say thank you to Sylvester and thank you to Baimba and to all our viewers out there, to the sound crew, camera crew, and everyone here. We're signing out. Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. Edio Killer and Sylvester Kabombo. Until next week.
Sylvester Ne Abrams. This goes out to our fallen soldier Pitek, aka Paul Mwanda, and to all those people in the everyday struggle. Mulemereko. Yokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abatagaliza basuse, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Yokolanga byesibye nnyo, lemerako. N'abatesi beetawula nnyo, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Mu buli kintu wabeera wakufiriza, abamusanyu kyokola abo bakiyimiriza, era atambula akwogerako nti takukkiriza, oyo mugereko mpola yagala kuzikiriza, wezimba buli kyogulirewo kimunyiza, kasita otegedde bambi tomala budde, anyiga ng'okulaakulana mwesaleko, gwe tolekera okulana amaanyi era omuyiteko, kola bibyo teekayo omwoyo, balinyima ebyafaayo, ovudde wala nnyo kati olinye amadaala, era ofuna ssente ezikuyisa mu lunaku, olya onyirira tokaaba nnaku, sikugwe weka aboogeddwako bangi, kati tolekerera ssaala kubanga kyekijinji, boogere nga bamala budde oliba ofunye siringi. Byokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abataagaliza basusse, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako. Byokolanga byesibye nnyo, lemerako. N'abatesi beetawula nnyo, lemerako. Gumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo wangudde, lemerako.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens. Non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la paire que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la paire. Et l'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos de chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss. Il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne lui faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là simplement pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
Let me take this opportunity. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for, they are applying for job opportunities. But you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. You understand? Everything is possible. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job. No jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the park, the small park, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and started, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
But remember where I started from. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandan, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here.
Okay.
Yes.
And doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I'm basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with a change.
Yes. What is that one thing that you want to leave us with on this program that we will remember you for and we can start practicing based on the leadership, change management and transformation we've talked about, but also from the, your experience as a CEO, employing over 60 people, and as well as teaching millions of people at the university?
I think, Eddie, I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Yes.
I want to say that there's a saying that a single raindrop never thinks that it is responsible for the flood that we see in the valley. Okay. I want to encourage people that we all matter. We all have a responsibility to improve the quality of life we have as Ugandans, especially, but also as Africans. And that greed, corruption, praising illegitimacy will end up actually punishing. We end up punishing ourselves. We end up killing ourselves. We end up squandering the opportunities of the people that will come in future. We need to know that just like a single drop of rain contributes to the flood, we need to have a mindset that is going to be focused on contributing to a flood of positive transformation of our society. Start by appreciating that you need to change your values, be honest, work hard, don't cheat, don't take shortcuts, because when you do, if now somebody entered here and gave you $1 million, it confuses you and it gets you disorganized. But if you've earned it, then your internal environment prepares for it, and then you find you in a comfortable space. So as Ugandans and Africans, we need to choose to work hard, avoid shortcuts, take an organic path. It gets us there.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Every time you wake up in the morning, you want to find some inspiration. And there is life that you need to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and you know who to lead you to where you want to go. And of course, on the CEO bench, we try to bring you those people who are doing it, those people who are going places, those who have started from somewhere and are somewhere and are going somewhere. The CEO bench this week focuses on a lady who started a journey all the way from Naguru. In fact, the journey starts from the western part, the West Nile part of Uganda, straight to Naguru, and from Naguru to Entebbe, and now to the rest of the world, turning the wasted materials into something that you can carry and go with. What a story and what a journey. My guest this morning on the CEO bench is the one and only Faith Aweko. Welcome to the show, Faith.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm very fine.
Good. So somebody sent me a comment and says, I want to see that lady on the show. On Facebook, she looks so aggressive and she looks too serious and she's so loud. I want to see, is she big? Is she small? Is she, you know, is she masculine? Is she feminist? But you're here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And we want to dive straight to the show today, Faith. You're on the CEO bench. The CEO bench exists to give a platform and a space for people to express themselves. We're looking at people who are doing something, people who are on a leadership journey, people who have done it, people who are either going to the top or already on the top and coming down, you know. And we want to share that story with as many people as possible to give them inspiration. We want them to be inspired, you know, encourage and transform. And that's the journey of leadership, change management, and transformation. So on the show today, you have been overwhelmingly nominated to come onto the show. We are not going to talk much about the health and fitness, although we'll get there. Some people said you need to bring that lady onto the show, and others says no, we want to know the story of how she's able to turn around her life to where we are right now. So the first question, we need to get to know you, Faith. Who is Faith Aweko?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Faith Aweko. I am the founder and CEO of Reform Africa, a social business here in Uganda that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags, known as the Caveras, into sustainable, durable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So we utilize plastic waste as a resource to come up with the different patterns and different designs of the bags.
Wow. And Faith, are you Ugandan?
Of course, yes. So I'm Analur by tribe from Nebi, that's West Nile.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And if yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think being born in Uganda, that is what makes me a Ugandan.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about the values that define you as a Ugandan? Do you have values? What are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think looking at how we are as Ugandans, we are more of like friendly people. I would say that because if we receive tourists who come to Uganda, most of them say Uganda is one of the lovely country because straight from the airport, people are already saying hi to you. So that also defines me as a person. I'm also very friendly with people. Yes.
Okay. Faith, I want to take a moment to just take us through your life. You know, the journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi to Kampala. Nebi is found, for some of you who are watching the theceobench from all across the world, it's you know, the West Nile part of Uganda, found in the western part of Uganda. It's about 400 kilometers from the capital city of Kampala, not so, towards Arua, and going straight to the border of South Sudan, and then, you know, you exit and go to many places. And that's where Faith comes from. So, yes. The journey of Faith Aweko from Nebi, crossing that Nile, eating the fish, you know, coming to Kampala and to Naguru.
Okay.
Let's have the chat here and we'll talk about it. Yes.
So I wasn't actually born in Nebi. Yes. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was born in Naguru, Kampala. So usually, most times, like from primary 1, 2, 3 up to 7, we used to go to the village almost like every December. So I was born in Naguru Go Down, one of the really highly polluted areas in Uganda. But growing up, I grew up in an extended family. My parents loved a lot to have relatives at home, so we grew up a big family. So I grew up from Naguru Go Down, went to Naguru Katali Primary School, then moved on to City High for my senior 1 and senior 2. My dad values a lot of education, and he tries so much for us to, he tried a lot for us to really have a decent and good education. So he pushed us to go to Chambogo College. So yeah, so I went to Chambogo College from my senior 3 to senior 5, then joined Chambogo University.
Okay, so it is okay for us to say this is the bad girl from Naguru. You know, we have a bad man from Kamutu. So you are the bad girl from Naguru, so to speak. All right, and let's talk about your life in Naguru. Naguru is a suburb of Kampala, and you know, it's a contrast of the epitome of class within the city of Kampala, in that hill. And when you come down to where you say you grew up from, it's a different contrast altogether. It means that the rich people who live on the top of the hill can release whatever waste they release from up there and ends up down here. And let's talk about the experience of growing up in that area and, you know, staying in an extended family as a young girl. How was that going for you? How was it generally?
So as a kid, you don't really get to think much because you know, you just have food, you have families, you have friends, and you have the community. So there is really not much that you think of. So growing up, I also realized that there's a lot of flooding in the areas that I think it was around senior P5, P6 there, when really every time it would rain, we would spend time in the nights draining water out of our houses because of the flooding. And also, if it's like morning, going to school was hard. So I thought, okay, maybe it's because we are staying in the slum. That was now in P7. But when I was in senior 4, I realized, you know, this is because of the actually poor waste management in the area. Because my home and the neighborhood, when it rains, is when we think of disposing of waste. But also in Uganda generally, organic and inorganic waste is mixed together. Yeah. And most times the organic waste is heavier, so it is even hard because KCCA could tell people to bring waste at the marketplaces. Yeah. So carrying all that waste was hard. So every home keeps the waste at the backyard, and then when it rains, you know, the kids run and pour it in the trenches. Yeah. So that was also something fun to do as a kid. Yeah. Because it's raining, and that is what most people think of, you know. Go and pick rubbish. gende yole kasasiro omusuleyo mu mwala. That is what people say. So
which basically mean go and pick the kasasiro and throw it so that rain can wash it away. Typical.
That was what we thought. But also aside from that, I was an active kid. From as a young kid, I really loved a lot of sports, and I also loved art, design. But when I joined secondary, it was a challenge. Like I said, my dad values education, so he only wanted us to concentrate on school. You know, school, there's nothing like taking part in MDD or in sports, because he thought that was taking away your time for reading books. But regardless, I would participate. I have a number of certificates that I would win. But during holidays, that means I would not take part in activities. So I only had to wait until school is there. Yes, so when I was in my senior theory, when we were choosing subjects to do, I still chose art. And yeah, so I chose art, and I passed highly with a distinction in my UNEB. But senior 5, I opted for mathematics, economics, geography, and art.
So you went back where your dad wanted you to be?
No. So when you realize I was doing art, he's like, no, there's no way I'm going to pay
the school fees.
Yes, if you're doing art, like art has no weight. So he told me to change. So I had to change to entrepreneurship. So I did make ends, and I'm like, okay, maybe at university I'll do art. So I realized at the university you have to have done art in your A level to pursue art. So I went in for statistics.
Wow.
So I did statistics until my 3rd year, and then I went, so during 3rd year, we had to go for internship. But also to take you back, during my senior 6 holidays, me and my sister decided maybe we would start doing jewelry and some fashion, because it's something that I wanted. So I began recycling jewelry from anything that I really find around. So I made necklaces, earrings. I used to go to Owino, buy t-shirts, jumpers, punch them with chitenji like that, and sell. So when I joined the university, I was doing it alongside school. So I got my internship in Gulu at the local government. So that is when things really changed. I felt like I had moved away from something that I really passionately loved, because there I was just working. While doing data entry. And then, you know, I think it was just 2 or 3 weeks. I just told my sister, I don't think I am going to continue with this. I don't think I am going to continue with the internship, or I don't think this is something that I really want to do. She's like, wow, that is tough. So, yes, so...
And I just want to break that, you know, just interject a bit. So when that was going on, what was the relationship like between you and your dad? Because it is evident that your father wanted you to be something else and you wanted to be something else, so there's a conflict in there. Were you talking, were you resolving these things? You know, what was going on?
No. So my dad also is not a kind of person that, you know, you can get to sit. We grew up fearing him a lot. So most times he would do, you would know, for as long as you're in school, or for as long as you've gone to church, for as long as you're at home, you know, he's good. He's also naturally a quiet person. You find him at home reading the Bible, you know, he doesn't want noise. So if there's any slight noise, you're dead. So most times there was that distance. There was that distance. So when I was, so when I told my elder sister that I'm going to drop out, she's like, "You're dead." I told her yes. So so I come back at home. And I tell them I'm done with my internship. They're like, "Wow, that was quick." Told them my supervisor came, and it's done. I didn't tell him that I dropped out, and I'm also not going to continue with the remaining semester. So so after that, I continued doing my jewelry business, knowing that in my head I'm not going to graduate anyways. So so towards, I think, 2 months to the graduation, I called my sister. You know, I'm staying at home with my dad, but I called my sister who is in Gulu. You know what? You tell dad, I am not going to graduate. So so he's aware. So she tells him. So ask her, did you tell him?
Yeah.
Then she says yes. I told her, but he's not saying anything to me at all.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
He's quiet. And you're not yet dead, meanwhile, eh?
No.
You're not yet dead.
Not yet. So every day I was anxious,
Yeah.
you know,
Waiting.
maybe he's going to slap him, maybe he's going to do anything.
Yes.
But I tried so much to avoid him.
Yeah.
If I'm like moving out, or if I hear he's moving out, you know, I get back to the bedroom, wait for him to move out. Then I also do the same. But having dinner like together as a family, he didn't say anything. So one day he wakes up furious and it's like, you know, I'm a disappointment. I dropped out of the university and look at what I'm doing and all those things. It's useless things. So so he told me I need to, you know, I need to either go back to the university and finish school. But him telling me to go back to the university and finish school, he told my sister to tell me so, because also me at home, I'm also a quiet person.
Yeah.
So my sister told me, he said you should go back to school. So I told her, that is not possible. That is not something that I really want to do. So yeah, so we kept on having that conversation. He calls my sister calls me, you know.
But
like
you're
that.
home and
yes,
with him,
I'm home with him. Because I call her.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that is still the same now. You know, sometimes I call my sister, it's like call Faith, and then I call him instead. So these days I don't call my sister, but I call him instead. And so after that, so when it was a challenge, he said he didn't want to be with school dropouts.
Yeah.
So I should leave. So
how old were you at that point?
How old was I?
Yeah.
Do I remember the age?
Third year must be about,
but that was in 2016.
Yeah.
It was in 2016. I think I was 21.
Yeah, it must be about 21, 22 because you're about getting out of school, university.
Yes. So I move out. I continue with what I'm doing with the jewelry and recycling, and it was working out well. And then a friend sent me a message and said maybe I should learn more knowledge about entrepreneurship, so I can push my business to a bigger business. So yeah, so that's how in 2017, I joined the Social Innovation Academy.
And that's how the story of
Yes.
This entire Transform Africa started. Yes. Faith, I want you to hold it right there. We're going to take a coffee break. This is the CEO bench. We're talking to the newest CEO, voted, even with the vote from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, somebody sent 2 nominations from there. We don't know why. And many people on Facebook. So if you voted Faith Aweko, we want to hear from you. What are the comments, kisses and disses? Is she doing a good job? You wanted to know the story. The CEO bench exists to bring you this kind of stories so that you can learn a thing or two about the person and also how you can change your life going forward. We're going to go for a break, and when we come back, the interview with Faith Aweko will continue after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us. at Seal Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up on Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this morning in the studio is Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Transform Africa?
Reform Africa.
Reform Africa. Reform Africa. And Faith, let's pick it up from where we were. You were telling us about the personal journey of growing up in the Kampala suburb and the foray into, you know, Reform Africa. So you have communicated to your father, and the communication bit and the dynamics are very interesting of how you guys were communicating to your sister, to this and that. So let me ask you a question. That's pretty much about your growing up. And but I want to know from you, Faith, growing up, did you ever, what did you ever want to be in life? I'll take you back a little bit.
Okay.
As a child. Yeah.
So growing up, I've always wanted to be a fashion designer. Yes.
And are you one now?
Yes.
So let's talk about what excites you as Faith Aweko into this journey where you are right now.
Okay, so what excites me is actually the moment I began doing social entrepreneurship, because that is something that I did not know about, is the moment I realized fulfillment in life, because knowing that the livelihood mostly of the people you work with, because we work with women in the communities who collect plastics, who sort, wash, and also we work with marginalized youths who we employ as tailors. So knowing that the livelihood of them depends entirely on you or on Reform Africa, that is where, that is what really gives me fulfillment.
Yes. And Faith, talking of that, while we're still in the personal questions of it, by the way, I just want to ask you a question about 2021. What is the best thing so far that's happened to you in 2021?
So in 2021, there are two things that happened to me. Focusing more on knowing myself, personal growth, and also really focusing on my fitness journey. I began it late last year, but this year, in January, I set up my fitness goals and realized I have to read a lot about fitness to better my knowledge, so I'm able to really transform into the person that I want to be. Okay.
And that said, most important thing that the people who nominated you would want to know is, you know, before I take you to the leadership journey, is the story of where you ended up joining the, you know, the social entrepreneurship class and stuff like that, and not going back to university. If you pick it up from there, what was the experience like when your father finally said, okay, I think I need to give up on this one? and then you ended up doing this other course where you went for. What was the experience like, and what did your father say to you?
So when I joined the Social Innovation Academy, I actually did not tell anyone except my siblings. I told them about what I'm doing currently with recycling and how I've moved away from just making jewelry to now recycling plastic polythene. So they did not understand until I sent them samples, and they were excited. So after a while, I thought probably I would go home and show my dad what I do. But it wasn't a positive experience from him, because he really still, you know, even after that, he told my sister, do you think she still has a chance to go back to school? Like, yes. So I thought maybe I disappointed him, but by then also I was still starting up the company, but I had hopes that it will be great. So I remember the first flight I took to represent from Africa. I did not tell them because I thought anyway, you know, but my stepmom was very furious. You know, she was angry. She's like, how would you not tell us?
So that we can come to the airport and
how would you not tell
walk
us?
To the airport to see you go, because
how would you not tell us? So I told her I thought probably you guys were not happy with what I do. And then she told me, you know, I'll always support you in any way. So there was also a time that my dad came to actually see what we do. Yes, he came with my sister, and he was very impressed. And also, when they get to see me on TV, on the newspaper, you know, they're the first people who call me that we saw you on the newspaper. Or if I tell them the show is on TV, they keep calling me, what time is it again? We cannot see it, what time is it? So that really says that they are getting to understand what I do, but with also being able to help them financially, because at first my dad thought, you know, this is just a small business that you would not be able to earn enough income, a living. So being able to see that I am sustaining myself, and I'm also able to sustain them as a family. So yeah, but still in his head, he still wants me to have a formal kind of education. Yes.
Wow. So let me just take you back, Faith. I think this is a very interesting, moment we're having on the CEO Bench today. And of course, I want to talk to all of you guys who are watching the CEO Bench from all across the world. I think this is a very fascinating story, personal journey so far being told by the person walking the journey, Faith Aweko, who is the founder and the CEO of Reform Africa, recycling bags from the waste materials, things we throw away. And I think, let me tell you, Faith will be given an award for helping Kampala, because we really have quite a number of those in the city of Kampala. So we want to hear from you. If you have a comment, drop it up there, and we'll definitely be able to read it. And Faith, I'm very much interested in taking you back before we go into the leadership part of the show. Your dad told you to, get out of the home, and you go. So, how were you able to move out, and how long were you out of home without talking? We hear this story a lot from different people, and sometimes we don't understand how to go about it, and the reconciliation part of it, which we're definitely going to go into, the leadership, change management and transformation, and how you're able to lead yourself out of that, and the things that happen. But I want to know specifically, and of course to all our viewers all across the world, somebody could be going through the same thing, and they don't know how to go about it. And perhaps their self-esteem is being put down very much, because the world says you must have a formal education, you don't have a formal education, but formal education often tends to kill creativity. And when a creative person is boxed, like in your case, you are able to get out, but there are people who are not able to get out of that situation. So I want to know this experience, that managing the relationship between your father, going out, home, what were you doing, where did you get the money, what happened?
So it wasn't actually an easy experience. Because my dad is also a kind of person who tells you, I need you to leave home abruptly. There's no plan, and he can give you either a week or even a few days to just leave. Wow. So I realized once you also immerse in the pain, you would be miserable. So I realized that is something that has happened, so I have to move on. I had a few savings, but my siblings, my elder sister was there for me because I didn't have anything. So she sent me saucepans, she sent me a mattress, she sent me a blanket, she sent me almost everything I needed to start. And then she also gave me some money. And my brothers also did the same, and I also had my savings. So once I was able to pay for 3 months rent, so from day one I started to work hard to really be able to, if it's like the 4th month, I have already the money for the rent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not very easy for girls, and I'm sure there's a girl outside there. I mean, such situations are usually for boys. We're good. We can go out, we can bustle thing up, and do whatever we want to do. Boys are usually, but for girls, they're not quite a very easy journey.
Yeah.
So if you would just dive into it. As a girl, how did that make you feel?
So I had, I was renting next to my friend, so I had friends around who I would talk to, who would be there for me. But also I just realized, you know, I have to focus my life, I have to focus on business. So I was very, I think that is also how my Facebook grew, because I tried as much as possible to sell things on, because I was only selling actually on Facebook, to sell my products on Facebook. So being busy also kept me going to not really get to think a lot. But I'd also kind of like, after my sister sent me things, I also kind of cut off, you know, family and communication. So I just, yes, because most times my sister's like, are you fine? Do you have money? So that was making me miserable most of the time. So I just cut communication and I just focused on working, because that is what kept me going.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the story coming from Faith Aweko right there, the story of personal resilience, if we would say it, and you know, persistence and consistency in the process to be able to build, you know, reform Africa. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Faith and I are going to dive straight into leadership. Leadership is what everyone needs to go. And before you know it, if you don't have leadership, you're dead. If you have leadership, you succeed. We want to know from there whether Faith was being a leader, self-leadership, what are the tricks and intricate, you know, stuff like that that she was able to go through to get her to where she is, and to get her to where she had to, you know, sort of like move out from that situation going forward. This is what the CEO Bench is here for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity for maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is Faith Aweko, a lady who sprang out of Naguru to the rest of the world, recycling, waste, solid waste, not solid waste, plastic waste, and what we called kavera in Uganda, and making very beautiful stuff out of it, and selling us for use to make our livelihood really better. Faith, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to the leadership journey. Leadership requires that the person is aware of who they are. And self-leadership is key to come out from the situation where you are, where you're trying to say, Dad, I want to do this, and Dad is saying, no, daughter, I want to do this, and there's a crossroad. And we want to know from that point of view. Of course, self-leadership, you can see it, that you are doing a great thing by leading yourself, and you're pointing yourself and giving yourself meaning. I want to ask you a very simple question here on leadership. On the leadership, what is your understanding of leadership and the definition of leadership by Faith Aweko?
Okay, so leadership to me is being able to lead a group of people from one place to another, mostly like for me to make sure people are better versions of themselves from the time that I've met them and throughout the time that they are with me until the time that they are out of my reach.
Okay. On that note, Faith, who is a leader to you? Are you one? And if yes, what type of leader are you, given your journey? So
I am a leader because I lead a group of about 20 people. I'm one of like a coach kind of leader because I try as much as possible to see that people learn their potentials and they be the best versions of themselves, because sometimes we get women who you see potential in them, or also women who come like they really want to work as tailors, but then you realize they would actually be better in this kind of field, or in fusing the plastics. Yeah. Also, we find people who have no skill at all, but they come, hey, I want to wash plastics, but you tell them it will actually be better if you come and learn this kind of skill. And from there and then, we find that most people who are fusing our plastic bags also learn to tailor, and then now they are supervising other women. So that is the kind of leadership that that I portray, so that people can move from from the level they are to become better and better in what they do, or even get to do more.
Okay, so as a leadership coach, by definition, you are actually a transformative leader. A transformative leader is one who, sees what it shall be like and works up to what is that needs to be done to get there. But also, transformative leadership approach focuses first on the human being as a person, which we can see in you, and then with the view of turning followers into leaders, and of course impacting their lives and making sure that they actually have something meaningful. So that's very good. So you're a transformative leader by nature, from what we see. That's a good one. So Faith, on that note, what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level, and of course at the family level, given the situation you've gone through with your dad and your family, at the society level, and of course as a corporation? Now you're building a corporation, you're building an organization that is reaching out to many people. It's already 20 people you are employing, meaning that those 20 people have got people who depend on them. So when we multiply the 20 people individually, the chain are reaching far more people than the 20 that you have at the moment. But we want to understand from you, what is your understanding of leadership? Personal leadership, self-leadership, family leadership, society leadership, and of course, the organization.
Okay, so for me, it's thinking now less of yourself and thinking more of others, to grow them, but also know that the decisions that we make don't only affect me as a person, but they're going to affect the organization as a whole. And also putting in accountability for every action that we make. It's going to affect me, yes, but it's also going to affect generally the company, like for example, Reform Africa. So if there is any decision that I'm making,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be based on individual interests, but it has to be made based on my co-founders, based on our workers, based on their children. Like for example, if you are going to lay off some workers because of COVID, you know, do we just think of laying off the workers, or do we also think of their families, or their children who have been dependent, you know, on their mother, like for the financial support in the family?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Well, we want to know from you, Faith, and of course not just you, Faith, but also everyone who is online. I mean, you've had Faith Aweko. I mean, that last part of the leadership question actually just blows somebody up. And there are 5 different types of leadership approaches that we have in the world. And I want you to vote for Faith Aweko right now and tell us which one is she using best and why, given the explanation on this part of the leadership approach and the leadership question. 1, there's what we called, you know, autocratic leadership approach. Is she an autocratic leadership approach? Do we understand what autocratic leadership approach is? And number 2 would be a transactional leader or a transactional leadership approach. Okay? Is Faith Aweko a transactional leadership approach? Is she, you know, a autocratic? And number 3 would be a democratic leader or leadership approach. Is she democratic? Is she applying the same approach to her leadership skills? And number 4 would be what we called a charismatic leader. Charismatic leader. Is she a charismatic leader? And if yes, does she use the, you know, the charismatic leadership approach in her day-to-day running of the business or leading herself? And number 5 would be transformative leadership approach. Is she a transformative leadership approach? Is that your view of her? We want to know from you. Please write us a comment down there, and of course make sure that we'll get back to you. I want to also inform all of you that the CEO Bench is doing a very special thing for the first time to Faith Aweko. That this particular interview is actually streaming on our own pages. 1, on our Facebook page. She's live on our Facebook page, courtesy of House of Talent, and of course streaming on the Reform Africa page. So please go there, share far and wide, and support the girl child, as we always say it. I know all the the women, all the people support the women, the girls' rights are going to come and, you know, and say, you saw what they're doing when Kadaga was standing. Yes. So, but Faith, let's go back to the change management as part of our show. I'll ask you a question before we take another coffee break, just to go through this. So the CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. Now, you had a journey before getting to where you are right now, and that journey requires you to go through as a child, you know, go through school, understanding yourself. Like you said, when you were young, there was mwala, you know, how do you call it? That's what they call it. That waste stuff in the trenches everywhere, water would flood, come, you will clean. As a child, you didn't understand. But when you reach a certain point, you began to understand what it was. Now, senior 4, you said, I started to see that actually there's a problem here. We're just not being organized. KCC say, we take this, for us, we wait for it when the rain comes. And then later on, when you get to university, says, you know what? I'm certainly not going to do statistics and finish. Whoever want to drop out of a statistics class? You could have been at the statistics house. You could have been a minister of finance. Your father had big dreams of seeing you as a minister in the government of Uganda, or working for you and working for. Now it makes sense when somebody from IMF votes you to come on the CEO bench to hear your story. Because I was trying to make waste management and IMF, this money and this, they don't make sense. So perhaps it does begin to make sense. But so we're going to go into that change management. What is your understanding of change management?
So change is moving away from the position that you are right now to something else, like maybe also shifting from one place to another, or yeah, so change is something broad, but moving from where you are right now into a better position.
Wow, that's your understanding of change. Okay, I want to just say this, Faith. If that is your understanding of change, how were you able to communicate the change that happened in your life, both from your, sister before you decided that you're going to turn around your life? Did you think through the process? What were your strategies to communicate that, you know, guys, I'm stopping here, I'm not going to continue with this? Because there's also another person who is going through the same thing, who doesn't know how to go about it, and they want to learn from you. Number two, we want you to tell us, how were you able to manage that change between you and your father and your mother and your siblings? That's managing change. That's not a very simple change. You said it's very difficult to deal with. How were you able to do so?
So as humans, I think change is inevitable because life gives us change in many ways. Also, like during this COVID, people have had to change how they lived their lives to adapt to the situation. So most times also when change is calling us and we don't change, we remain in more of like a pain because we are not trying to adapt to the new life that is calling us. So most times also, like for me, when things weren't working out the way that I wanted them to be, and I wasn't being who I was then. So I realized I have to change in order to be the person that I'm destined to be. Yeah. But so managing it with with myself wasn't also easy because I also did not actually know what I was doing. I did not know who I was, or if actually what I'm doing is wrong or right. Because also now people are used to you in this kind of way. So if you're changing, mostly like the friends at the university, you know, it was different because most of them are like, you should not really drop out of school. Yeah. Business is not easy. So I had to also try and cut them because the new me, they were not serving the new person that I was becoming. Yeah. And also they were not trying to understand me. Yeah. So also in change, I realized I have to cut some people off so I can concentrate to being the better version of myself, and also be able to really understand the kind of person that I am becoming. Maybe it's also going to need new environment. Like when I went to Sina, I realized, you know, this is where I am meant to be. And the community around were the same people, refugees, former street children who are trying to transform their lives. So also that community helped me a lot to understand who I was as a person, because also as a leader, if you don't know yourself, then it is hard to really lead other people. So that being able to surround myself with the people who are going through the same life changes or experiences as me made me actually find purpose in life. Yeah. Wow.
Faith, change always can be difficult, and people can find it as something very challenging in life, and in most cases some people can take a wrong turn, and sometimes realizing that you need to make a certain decision that is good, that is not going to affect many people, are also quite a challenge. I want you to dig deep a little bit more onto that part when you had to make a decision to cut your family off, and for some time, how long, why did you arrive at that position of, I need myself, I need to cut these people off, and how were you going to get back to them?
Like I was in a confusion state, and the more people call, the more people talk to you, the more advices you get, you just, you know, like it confuses you more and more. So I wanted to just concentrate, you know, but also with that, I was praying every day to really redirect my life. And to really, so with prayer, that helped me a lot. But being in the environment, in the right environment that I was in PG, also gave me a clue that, you know, I am getting to where I want to be, or I am right here in this situation or in this place because I am meant to be. So when I cut off my family, after that, so I remember one time my my stepmom called me, and she's like, it's better, you know, you start coming home and tell me what you are doing and all those things. So yeah, so the first time I came home was when my sister was going to have an ekuchala.
Yes, how long was that? What was the period before you could return home?
I left home in 2016,
yeah.
And I came back home in 2017.
Those were 2 years. 1 year?
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year, 1 year, yes.
Yes, it was after a year.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
Of no talk, nothing,
yes,
just quiet.
Yes, but when I came home also, it was I was a transformed person because my stepmom told me, okay, so I really think you've changed a lot, and that was something that I wanted to hear,
yes,
you know, from people. And when I met a few friends from campus, it was still the same. But when they're also seeing what I was doing, they were happy with what I'm doing. So that also gave me hopes.
Okay.
Mm.
You know, it's something that we need to talk about here, Faith. I see the great work, but I want to just take you back to that change a little bit. I'm your friend, and you're going to have to tell me that you're making a decision not to talk to me. How do you communicate to Eddie Okela and say, you know what, Eddie, I just need myself, I need to be me, I need to do me, and first give me some time. How do you communicate to Eddie Okela or to your friends or to, and how do they take that information in? Do they take it in good light? I mean, what was their, how were you able to communicate that? Because I need the intricate details of that communication, because it's key to helping somebody who is out there move from one point to the next. Yes. How were you able to tell your friend like Eddie Okela that, hey, you know what, I need some space? Because it's not easy to communicate that I'm changing, and then you come back when you're totally changed and everybody's saying, hey, I think you've changed. Did you communicate? How were you able to communicate that very complicated communication of, please give me some time? Some people will say, you feel you're proud. Some people will say, I think she's depressed. Some people will say, I think she's running cuckoos, she's running mad because you're withdrawing from people. How do you communicate that kind of change? How were you able to communicate it in your case?
Okay, so with my friends, it was easier by just doing by just cutting myself off of what we used to do, maybe hang out with friends. You know, every time they call you, you tell them you would not like. So many times if friends call you many times and you're turning them down, they also just ghost out on you. So that was easier for them. But others also automatically, since I am not, you know, pursuing statistics, if I am not like on the journey into the professional world, they just cut you off.
Yes.
So with family, it was a little bit difficult, mostly with my siblings, because we were united, but I felt like I needed to just be me. So I just told them I just need time off. Or most times, you know, I kind of also changed my phone number and I would call them.
Yeah.
Like my sister, my younger sister, I told her, let me be the one to be calling you. Just don't call me, let me be the one to be calling you. But that also meant I wasn't going to call her.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes.
Yeah.
But I just also communicated to them the situation that I'm in. Me, myself, I also do not understand. But I am very sure that, you know, things are going to get clear, you know, day by day. Yeah, because most times you also do not identify yourself at that certain period of time.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you need therapy or if you're running crazy or so yeah. So most times it's difficult, but with time, when you're on that personal growth journey, then you're able to identify and get to know yourself better. And then when you come out as the better version of yourself, then people would actually see. I think it was actually great that, you know, that she went to Mpigi. It was great that she took on this journey because the faith that we used to know wasn't actually serving her purpose anyways. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're talking about change management on the CEO bench, and my guest this morning, or my guest this afternoon, or this night, or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are, is Faith Aweko. She's a girl who started out as, you know, thinking that I'm a creative mind, and so I need to be in a creative space. But yet, you know, the world says, no, 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 no. You are supposed to be statisticians, that's how they call them. Yes, and go into statistics, study statistics, and, you know, become this person, and, you know, in a formal way. But that wasn't. So she's talking about the change management from that point, the foray into where she is right now, which is not a very simple journey. We want to hear from you. Do you have an experience like Faith? Are you learning something from Faith? The CEO Bench exists to bring you intellectual rigor, fusing it with the common challenges of life every single day, so that you can be a person of great repute, moving up. The challenges that you face will take you forward. So the CEO Bench is here to bring you such stories, and today Faith Aweko is the person on the bench. Faith, we're going to take a break. But before we go for that break, I want to ask you one more question. Many people who go through what you're going through as CEOs and going forward, some people end up in drugs, others end up using substance, abusing substance, and so many things. Would you just share quickly how were you able to safeguard yourself away from it? Others have ended up into for girls, the old trade, as we say in the holy books. I'm sure you know the trade I'm talking about. Some have gone into that road and ended up in prostitution, and some people have taken advantage of them as girls. We hear some horrendous stories when something like that happened to girls. But here you are, and the story seems to be different. Were you able to keep yourself away from all of these troubles that were competing for your mind, and yet still, steer clear?
Okay, so one thing, actually two things. One, I didn't want to be laughed at. So most times when you are moving on a self-growth journey, and then you back off, people will be like, we told you, all those things. So I didn't want to have that, to be a loser.
Yes.
But also, I really thought, I have come far. Throughout school, I've always wanted to be this. So I didn't want to give up. So giving up wasn't an option. I didn't want to reach an extent and I'm like, I give up. Yet this is something that I've always wanted to really do ever since I was a child. So I'm like, there's no giving up. And then, I don't want my fellow classmates to laugh at me that I dropped out of the university, my business has failed, and I'm now a failure.
Wow. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll dive into our last part of the show, which is transformation. Faith Aweko, Edio Killer, right here on the CEO Bench. If you have not picked a word or two from Faith to help you, perhaps you need to go back, play the video again, think through it, and think through your life and see which part of this interview is actually very important for you. Faith and I are going to be back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it. If it might guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay. A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, you know, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different, I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and you know, and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. You know, I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how you guys came through. Yeah.
The CEO Bench, my name is Eddie Okela, Faith Aweko. Faith, welcome back from that break. I want to take you straight to transformation. What does transformation mean to you? I will explain transformation in a very simple way. You know, you've been doing a lot of work, and the work you've been doing is leading to transformation. You yourself, you said you've transformed. But what is transformation to you?
Okay, so transformation is changing from who you thought, like for example, from who I thought I was or who I was before to a better version, or to actually a more defined version of myself.
Yeah. And in that context, we want to dive straight away to the work you've been doing. Tell us more about, you know, Reform Africa. Why Reform Africa? What is the inspiration behind the name, and what is it doing? Where is it leading us? You founded it, you are the CEO, you got a huge nomination towards this. Obviously, you were a lady on a journey to some greatness in future.
So when we were beginning, I shared a little bit of a story of the background of Reform Africa. But Reform Africa is a social business in Uganda here that upcycles plastic polythene waste bags into durable, sustainable, and waterproof bags and accessories. So, like I said, I grew up from one of the slum areas in Uganda, that is Naguru Go Down. And I was very greatly affected by plastic pollution as a kid, because when it rains, my family and the whole neighborhood would think of disposing of waste in the trenches, and this blocked the trenches, and this was the major cause of flooding. And so as I grew up, I thought, why wouldn't I work on something on the flooding and the waste pollution in the slum areas? So Reform Africa began basically as a research in 2018 to see how waste is produced, how waste is polluted, and how waste is recycled in Uganda. And in Uganda, we produce over 500 tons of plastic waste every day, and 51% of this waste is not collected.
Wow.
And yes, 51%, and this is the waste that ends in the trenches, in the open places. When we are traveling, we are throwing it on the roadsides. I And also in the rural areas,
you always see people just jump off the windows or the vehicles and just throw it, but the borders drink and throw it. Yes.
And in the rural areas, plastic is left to decompose on its own, yet plastic takes more than 1,000 years to really fully decompose. Holes are dug and all trash is poured, and then it's buried. So that is what we think, that waste is gone. Yes, but this is taking 1,000 years. Now in Kampala, the one of the high causes of air pollution is burning of waste, and with this we are also burning plastic. And this is causing toxic fumes in the environment. So when we did research on the causes of plastic pollution, and when we went to the solutions, we realized Uganda, we recycle less than 1% of our waste, yet we are producing over 500 tons. And this is also just plastic, like the plastic bottles that are just collected, shredded, and shipped to either China or India. So our recycling capacity in Uganda is very low, and we also realized there is really no solutions or a few solutions for the plastic bags, the caveras. Yet these are the ones that are blocking the trenches. And also these are the ones, like Uganda, we are highly agricultural. But when these plastic bags come in contact with our agricultural soils, they don't allow water filtration in the soil. So that means also there is low produce or low quality of produce. So we started to research more on plastic bags with zero experience, because we all come from different backgrounds.
How many are you, by the way?
I can share about my co-founders. I have two co-founders. One is a refugee from DRC Congo, from Nachiva refugee camp. In DRC, it's really worse than Uganda, because anywhere that is an open place is where waste is, dumped. And in the refugee camp, it's still the same. So another one is Nalima Shamim from Bwaise. We all know Bwaise is one of the highly flooded areas in Uganda. But also the trenches, you find plastics all over. When it finishes, when the rain is done, you see that plastic is like plastics, bottles are floating, they are floating. So, and this is the plastic that is thrown in the trenches, but as well as plastic that we throw on the roadsides, because when it rains, the water brings it all to us.
So is that what the ladies are collecting that we're seeing on the screen?
So yes, so the ladies collect plastic bags. Those are caveras.
Is that you, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
That is me, and those are one of the two ladies who wash.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Go on.
So yeah, so we basically started to really do research on plastic bags, how we can recycle, and how we didn't have the idea of the bags in our minds. But when we were in PG doing research, we discovered kids in PG walk long distances to go to school. And with the unforeseen rainy seasons, you find the rain is going to hit them. Some of them have their books in their hands, and others have the books in the Kavera plastic bags. When we interviewed one of their parents, they said that they can afford to buy a Kavera of 100 shillings or 200 every day for a kid. But they aren't able to afford to buy a bag of 20 or 30K. Because having 20K or 30K once is expensive. But them having 100 shillings or 200 to buy a plastic bag is cheap. But yet at the end of it all, at the end of the day, either the plastic bag is torn because it is very light, or the kid has just lost it. So that's also what's causing pollution. But at the end of it all, the mother is spending actually more money, because a term has 3 months. That is about 80 to 90,000 every term for plastic bags. So we thought if we'd make a bag for the kids to have their books safely, because also our bags are actually waterproof, so the kids can also walk through the rain and go to school without their books getting wet. But at the same time, we wanted to provide dignity for the kids to have their bags, their books in the bags. Yeah, that's how we zeroed down to
So
make
that's
bags.
actually one of your products we're seeing on the screen?
Yes.
All right, so how much did they go for?
So we make backpacks. Backpacks, people can also use them to have like your laptop.
So for example, like
and
that
come
one.
to and come to work. That one is 60,000.
Is it a backpack?
Yes, that's a backpack. Okay. There's space for a laptop, and it's mostly actually used by tourists because they get to travel, and you have your camera, your phone, all safe in case you're going to Bwindi and it's raining. You don't have to worry
because it's made out of the recycled bag. And then those ones? Those ones
are cross bags. Yes. We also make school bags for the kids, and for every backpack that you buy, we give out one free school bag for a rural kid in Uganda. But we also work with organizations and NGOs that support production of also bags that we donate. Last year between November, December and January, we donated 1,000 bags in the refugee camp with support from UNFPA. They funded the production and distribution of the bags.
Wow.
Yeah, to Shakatu refugee camp.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, that's the story of Faith Aweko right there, our CEO on the CEO bench today. And of course, we want to say thank you very much for being part of the show. Faith, just before we wind up the show, I want to just take you through some very interesting experiences that I see you've gotten here. And I want to go to the awards. What was it like when you were announced as the award winner? That day, and they said, Faith, you are the winner of this award, and going back to where the journey started and your dad, did you announce this to your parents?
No, I didn't. Yes, I didn't announce. So the first award that we got was Social Impact Award.
Yeah.
Yes, Social Impact Award happens every year. It's global. It happens every year.
Yeah.
And in Africa, it happens in Uganda.
Yeah.
So we were the winners of Social Impact Award. Most of the awards we've actually got has been funding, financial support. So that has helped also boost us as a company, more especially also during this COVID, that we are able to pay rent and we're able to pay our workers.
And support those who are working with you.
Yes.
Okay. You have reformed that place. I'm seeing a house on the screen. Tell us about that. Is that your office? And that's how your homes are built? What's this?
So that was our workshop in Mpigi before we moved to Entebbe.
Okay.
Yeah, that is just our workshop.
So was that built out of the
plastic bottles?
Yes.
Yes.
That is whole house?
That is, yes. The Social Innovation Academy.
Yeah.
All the houses are built out of plastic bottles.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. And Faith, what would be your parting shot today? Where do you see, first of all, before you do the parting shot, where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now? And how would you like to be remembered as the founder of Reform Africa? Where do you see Reform Africa?
So, so there are two things. Where I see myself is someone of inspiration, to be able to inspire people, especially women, to reach out to their full potentials, because I believe a lot of women have dreams, a lot of women have potentials that are seated there, you know, because they are afraid of change or they are afraid of where to start from. So I want to be able to share my story fully so that people can be inspired and they, you know, when they become better versions of themselves and also live to their fullest potential. And with Reform Africa, we would like to open up a recycling hub because currently we just go trained in schools, but we want to open up a recycling hub where people come and learn about recycling. And we've partly moved away, not really moved away, but we are not only actually now recycling plastic polythene bags, but we've now, because that is soft plastic, we've now moved to recycling hard plastic. We acquired machines from Plastic Renewal in Austria that makes machines that recycle hard plastics. So we're currently making pegs for hanging clothes online, but that is made out of broken buckets and broken chairs.
Wow. Faith, thank you very much. Let's talk about health and fitness. You said you dived into health and fitness last week. In fact, one of the people who nominated you is called Diwato Chom. He's a friend of mine, but also transformed his life when he went to do his master's in the UK and Swansea University. He came back a different person altogether, no stomach, looking really good, and then so he was one of the people who nominated you among about another 15 other people who nominated you to come. This is not Okila Health and Fitness, this is the CEO bench. So we won't talk very much about the Okila Health and Fitness things there. That's totally a different interview altogether. But is it important? Why did you pick on, looking after your health and put your health goals and fitness goals up? What turned around your mind to think about this? Not very many people find that very useful for them when they are in this kind of work.
Okay, so I can first share like what fitness has helped me do. Yeah. So fitness, putting away the goals of being fit and all that, it has helped me to really boost my confidence and discipline in life, consistency, because I believe if I am able, because I'm a bodybuilder, so I do lift weight, but if I am able to really push myself to lift from 5 kg, 10 to 20 to 50, I believe I am able to really, if I set my mind on something in the professional world, I am able to achieve it because I was able to achieve it through fitness. So, yes, so with also that, I've learned a lot through fitness, mostly to it's been a personal growth journey to get to know my potentials, to get to know my limit, because I also realized actually human beings, we are limitless. Most times it's only our body that is tired, but our mind, it's only our mind, yes, tired, it's only the mind that is tired, because sometimes I get to push myself, you know, I tell my coach I am tired, it's like, you are not tired. So I realize fitness is just a mind game, and if you are able to really work on that, then in the professional world it will just be like a walkover. Wow.
Well, if you fear fitness, Faith has it there for you, and we always say that a fit mind is a mind that is going to be successful, and you cannot be productive when you are, sick. And I've always told people, you can't make money when you are sick, neither can you spend money when you are sick, nor can your productivity improve when you are unwell or when you are sick. You cannot be, broke and unfit. Certainly God will reject you, yes. So the point, but that's my philosophy. Faith, we're gonna have to bring the interview to a close, but I have a question here for you from one Frank Tugume. Says the best show on Friday and in the country. Welcome to the CEO bench, guys. Thank you very much. But Faith, I have a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? As an entrepreneur, now that's a question for you. How do you manage losses while doing businesses? Coming from Frank Tugume.
So, like in business, you have to have an open mind, because with loss, I take it as a lesson. I try as much as possible, business and personal life, at my lowest, or if I'm experiencing loss, which lessons can I really learn from this? That helps me to make better decisions in life in the future, because yes, I can have maybe a loss of 10M, but probably in the future I might even have a loss of 100M. But so experiencing such helps me to get ready for even more bigger challenges in the future. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faith, for coming to the CEO bench. And what is your parting shot today? If you're to leave us, what would you say to the people who nominated you? What would be the message to the people who nominated you to come to the CEO bench? If you look into that camera, yes.
I would like to thank them. I would like to thank everyone who nominated me to be on the CEO bench. It's a privilege to sit here and get interviewed, but also thank you to everyone who is listening. But my call is for people to be able to discover their potentials and reach their highest version.
Wow. Thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench, Faith, and thank you very much everybody who nominated Faith to come to the CEO bench. I want to say shout out to all the people in the diaspora, in the US, in the UK, in Australia, in Denmark, and the guys in Nairobi, Kenya, the guys in Tanzania, and of course my brothers and sisters from South Sudan, and of course you've got some nomination coming from Ethiopia, and from Egypt. So Faith, thank you very much for touching lives. People who have interacted with your bags have nominated you. And until then, we want to say thank you for coming, and thank you to everyone who have been part of the CEO Bench. Until next week, keep it the CEO Bench and remain safe and found. Make sure you are learning from people who are doing it and growing places. My name is Eddie Okila, Faith, and we're signing out.
Itaranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. Umwe amuha itarane eshanu, undi amuha ebyiri, undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri, maze umutware arazinduka. Maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye. Uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza, agenzura amesha hano. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo, agenzuramo ebyiri, maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icyobo, ayishamo ya tarano, aratinyuka arayitabaye. Nuko imitsi irayitindi irataha, maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye. Uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri. Shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza, nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike, nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi. Ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja. Maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri, adatera hejuru azayibovota cyane, ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga, usarura utabibye na munagane. Itarano narayitabye mu butaka, dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe. Maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi, niko wamunyabute we, esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza, maze nkasanga inyungu yayo nuko sebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara n'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupapa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities? Yes.
Yeah, I think when as we said at the beginning, that we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired.
Yeah.
And graffiti normally is about inspiration. Yes. You might say a piece of mask, a piece of, but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual. It's abstract. People don't understand it. Yeah. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Riema, of Philip Bombole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these, like, you know, Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, yeah, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at like, how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. You know, like Peterson Mutebi, you know, like Misusela Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration. And that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes, but at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, you know, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, you know, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane in as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much, you know, sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work, you know? So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.